All right, gang. Chapter's out. Let's mosey. Hear myself again. I don't like that. The girlfriend and the enemies in the same boat. Whoa, what's going on with Ruka? She looks. She. This is the art I saw. This is the art I saw. I was telling you guys about this. This is the art I saw. Reiji shared this. Wow, looks like a fucking movie poster. Looks like a fucking movie poster. Wow, there's so much going on here. There is so much going on here. What the fuck? There is so... Reiji, duh. Who did this? Reiji, duh. It's his fucking manga. Wow. Incredible. We'll come back to this later. There's a lot to analyze. We'll come back to this later. Why does Umi look like Ed from Street Fighter? I don't see it, but I kind of see it. Cicada, the goals. The summer we've got to have a party. Really, we had one in spring too, and fall. All women have a need for approval and feel rewarded by it. By Yoshika Kibe. Shut the fuck up, Kibe. You look like an idiot, Kibe. Shut the fuck up. You look like an idiot, Kibe. Shut the fuck up. All women have a need for approval and feel rewarded by it. Kibe, look at yourself, bro. That's you. Bro, that's you. You fucking do this shit too, fucking idiot. Dipshit. He acts like this is a woman thing when people do this all the time. Like everybody and anybody. What a fucking dipshit. And then people would be like, oh, this is what Reishi believes. Kazi has blue eyes. No. Well, he doesn't have blue eyes, but Reishi loves to change the eye color all the time. Kibe the master. Yeah, right. You always say the most random things. All men want sex, but women already achieve their goal just by being fawned over. It's a biological difference. Fucking Umi, am I a fucking joke to you? Umi, am I a fucking joke to you? That's literally Umi. That's just straight up Umi. Gah. He constantly showers me with love. I should keep him around for now until I meet someone handsome. I'll throw him a kiss later, and that should be plenty to keep him. I think this is a nod to the anime. This is a nod to the anime. In the anime, they added a scene like this that did not exist in season 1, where Chizuru was like dressed all sexy and shit. Mizuharu's not that kind of girl. She's not. It's practically a drug. The girls have it rough too. That's why their purpose in life is to try and appeal to as many men as possible. Jesus Christ, Kibe, you need help. Jesus Christ, Kibe, you need help. I've got to get going. I have an interview at the career center. Huh? Okay. This is chapter 182. This is chapter 182. This is straight up a reference to chapter 182. Holy shit. Curry kicks him again. Last time Curry spit on him. This time Curry kicks him. Damn it. Curry, what was that for? Don't screw with me, man. Why haven't you said anything since then? What happened in the date with Chizuru's son? You should have told me how it went by now. Sorry, it's been hectic. Women already leave me guessing as it is. I don't need you to do it too. What? You kissed? Again? At the end of the date? And she engaged it? That's the second kiss. Third. Fourth. It was more like the next morning, but when I was moving. What? You say he's gonna tell him... Oh my god, he's gonna tell him exactly what we've been all saying. What? You stayed overnight? Why? Then why didn't you stop at just... And then why didn't it stop just at the kiss? I told you, we're roommates. No way! We only went one... No way. We only went out one time on a date. You dumbass! You didn't push her down right then? Huh? Listen here, sex isn't the hardest thing for women. It's the kissing. Women don't want sex. Huh. They pick and choose who they're willing to let experience sex. Okay. Ruka kind of contradicts that. But he's also not wrong. Let's just keep reading. The fact that she already did it means she's psychologically ready. Or physiologically. Is that physiologically ready? From there, it's a 100-meter dash to how quickly you can get her into bed. Basically, it's a race. You totally missed your golden opportunity. I mean, we were in a taxi. How could we? I'm talking about the mentality. Huh? In a taxi? Are you kidding me? Screw that. Just pull the driver into a threesome. Jesus Christ. Guys, we need to relax. They do sound pretty accurately like teenagers. Or not teenagers, college students. They absolutely sound like college students. 2000%. This guy, he's the worst. No surprise there. Chizuru-san was totally waiting for it, just like I said. But now that you've missed your chance, this complicates things. Being deemed a coward will make her lose all interest. It's literally what gets you friend-zoned. It's the easiest thing to leave a bad impression. Don't be stupid. It just wasn't the time or place. Besides, she's not that kind of girl. Even this time, it was only after she contemplated a ton and showed me that she was actually interested. Plus, rather than having sex when things are still up in the air, I'm sure it'd feel much better to do it after we started dating. Definitely. Oh, shut up. It's all the same. Dumbass. What's a virgin know about time or place anyway? If you come this far and let her slip through your fingers, Nagomi-san will haunt you for the rest of your life. I know that. You don't have to remind me. This is a lot more messy than it appears. This entire sequence is a lot more messy than it appears. And this is build up. No, this is like a false sense of relief. Everything in the background of this, there's this like uncomfortable undertone. Everything about this is like, and if you've ever watched a film, which Reiji takes a lot of reference from, he fucking loves Western media. If you've ever watched like a movie, you know when an author or a writer shows you something particular, and then that proceeds to taint everything you see afterwards. In this particular case, it was Umi and Ruka. In this particular case, it's Umi and Ruka. So this entire sequence is tainted by that. There's a lot of other things that taint this scene, but let's keep going. Varvel, so Marvel. Okay. Shit, look at the time. I've got to get to driving school. Huh. Okay. Right. Even Curry is noticing something is wrong. Something's off. And they don't realize what it is. It's so clever to have us feel like something is off, and then you look at Kibe and Curry, and they feel like something is off. I think that's such a brilliant maneuver. They're literally us. Yo, Yoshi. Where's Kazuchin? Oh, right, he was taking classes. He said he had driving school. He seems kind of busy nowadays. His hair doesn't look good on him either. All the girls were telling him, your hair looks good. But his friends don't think so. And they're not telling him. He reads this textbook whenever he has spare time, even if it's to help find a job. I know, it pisses me off. Yeah. Lately, he just seems to be glowing. I love how they see him as glowing and completely miss the point. This cover, this double page spread. It's that but in reverse. Okay, Haruka with Umi. Umi's all the girls are fawning over him. You're Umi Nakano, aren't you? We're big fans. I follow all your socials. I was in the front row of your play last month. Won't you make a TikTok? My agency says I should too. Thanks. Would you mind signing my phone? This is surprising. Even on the screen. Can I really? I can handle this. I'm gonna faint. Kumi, I get it, but get a hold of yourself. Right, Ruka's so fucking done with this shit. She's like, ugh. Who's this? Oh, sorry, she's a friend. We're taking a break from work. I know it makes you curious. Wow, all your friends are so cute. I'm not surprised. Amazing. I know, right? Ruka's like so fucking done with his shit. She's like, ugh. Ugh. Ugh, just rolling her eyes. We'll be on our way now. Thank you so much. See ya. Thanks. Bye-bye. You really are you really are quite good at lying. Friends, really? I don't think we've talked long enough to even be considered acquaintances. Ah, you're so harsh. I do feel bad about dropping in on your workplace unannounced. Are you mad? No, not at all. You're making me... ... Oh, she's making him mad. I wonder if that's what the text indicated, or there might be something different. I know it was me who invited you here. I've taken an interest in you. Ugh. I'll be straight with you. I don't think you're attractive even in the slightest. So, your weird, creepy pickup lines, it might work on other girls, but they're not going to, aren't going to put me in a better mood. Besides, my heart already set on someone else. A somewhat flat nose just looks better. Whenever I think about him, he's so handsome. Kazuya-kun. Huh? Is it Kazuya-kun? I'm pretty sure I mentioned it, but I happened to see you two locking arms. I couldn't help but wonder, what kind of relationship do you have with him? What do I have to tell you about that? What does it have to do with you? I think I mentioned this too. I have a friend named Chizuru Ichinose at karaoke. I hear she's pretty close with him, so I can't just overlook it. Please don't make me repeat myself. Like I said, why do I have to tell you about it? I told you I don't trust you. Don't look down on me just because I'm younger than you. I don't even know how much if what you said is true. Besides, you seem really keen on prying on the soak off for the sake of someone who's just a friend. I like girls who are smart. Oh, she's piecing it together. She's figured this shit out. Chizuru-san's actually a girl I like. Ugh, he said it. Is that not good enough? I mean, I think you have a reason for coming here today, don't you? Okay. Being her, this and this, come right up in addition. Don't order for me. Hey, I'd like to talk with you a bit more. Should I call you Sarishna-san? Damn. We barely got anything. Going on a workplace unannounced, that's crappy. Should I call you Sarishna? He just shows up and says, should I call you Sarishna-san? What the fuck? Okay, this is shitty. Maybe on some creep work. Yeah. I think what's really interesting about Ruka's character is that she's a character that's always embodied like a sort of positivity. Or not positivity, honesty. Ruka, interestingly, I think this is one of the appeals of Ruka's character that people just kind of want to ignore right now in favor of what she's doing wrong. Ruka's entire thing is honesty. She can like pick out when someone's lying like really fucking easily. And she's honest to a kind of fault. She's kind of honest to a fault. And that's what I mean. Ruka kind of represents a sort of toxic positivity where she's I don't know if I would call it toxic positivity. I think that's more Minnie's character. But no, it's how do I explain it? Again, like I've said before, Ruka's just kind of like this character that very much embodies a sort of honesty to a fucking fault. And not like Kazuya, where Kazuya's honesty is more of a like he's just honest to who he is, at least not anymore. The spoilers were right. This was a weak chapter. This is a setup chapter. This is kind of a setup chapter, and there's a lot of hidden undertones. There's a lot of this is a chapter that will get better when we get more context. This is what this chapter is. This is a chapter that will get better when we get more context. There's a lot of hidden undertones and characterization happening here. There's a lot. This is a chapter that I would describe, and hold the fucking phone. Do not fucking explode on me. This is what a proper filler is, right? This is what a proper filler is. What do I mean? People misattribute filler to a waste of time. That's not accurate. That's not what filler is. Filler is not a waste of time. Filler can often be used in various ways. One particular way is characterization through not something particularly happening, not a lot of action particularly happening, but little things in how the characters interact and speak and talk and what they do, and that helps characterize them so you understand them a little bit better. Ruka is kind of a brilliant counter to Umi, just as Umi is a brilliant counter to Ruka. What do I mean? Ruka, like, calls Umi out on all his nonsense, something other people will not do. Umi, I think, is a character who puts on a lot of acts, and Ruka can just see past that and call it out for the bullshit that it is, which is really, really interesting as a dynamic. This is what I mean. Enemies in a boat matches perfectly. Now, the fact that it's a part 1 should have been an indicator for you. Reiji wanted to take his time with this. This is going to be a very important talk, a very important thing. Next chapter is going to be a flashback. We're going to start with a flashback, and we're going to get into how Umi decided to go meet Ruka, or at the very least, how Ruka met Umi. Next chapter might give us the intent. What is Umi's intent? What is Umi doing all of this for? You know? I think next chapter will be an explanation of that intent. We still don't know. Let's be clear. We still don't know. Umi keeps giving the excuse that Chizuru is a girl he's interested in, and that's a good enough reason. Ruka calls him out on this nonsense. She's like, no, that's not a good enough reason. That doesn't fucking matter. I don't care. You're lying. She can tell he's lying. Umi's been lying to her this whole time. And I think the biggest thing I really want to talk about here is the absolutely different demeanor that he takes between when he speaks to women and when he speaks to men. His demeanor with men is a lot more chill, a lot more fun, a lot more friendly. His demeanor with women, in particular women that are associated with Chizuru, seems quite different. He maintains an element of control constantly. Even when he's speaking to these girls who were with him, there is an interesting element here where you never see his eyes. He's smiling, he's doing all of these things, but you never see his eyes. He's constantly keeping his eyes closed, right? He's constantly hidden, if you will. But one thing I find really interesting that Reiji goes out of his way to do here is show Ruka in shadow when she's looking here. This is fascinating for a few different reasons. One, it could be jealousy. It could be misattributed, or two, it could be how she's being misattributed as being with Umi when she doesn't want to be with Umi. Two, she gets bored of the act, right? There's layers to Ruka's characters here. The two girls that talk to Umi almost look like Ruka and Sumi. Yeah, kind of. This girl very much kind of looks like Ruka, and this girl kind of has a Sumi vibe. She also has a bunny. Oh my god, look at this. She has a bunny cover page. What this does, this is a brilliant set of imagery here. What this does is play into into Kibei's thesis. It plays into Kibei's thesis that started this chapter. Kibei's thesis that starts this chapter is what? Right? Let's go to that really quick. All women have a need for approval and feel rewarded by it. Okay? This is Kibei's thesis. This is the build-up for this chapter. And this is the central theme of the chapter, and how the chapter contradicts it and proves it true. But also how Umi is kind of the flip of that, right? Umi is kind of like this character that seems to kind of look like this person who needs a form of approval and feels rewarded by it. Ruka, upon seeing him get that approval and is rewarded by it, finds herself a little annoyed, and she refuses to reward him. Why? Because Ruka is kind of a character who wants to feel rewarded, right? She seeks a sort of approval and wishes to be rewarded for it. That thesis fits Ruka's character quite well. That thesis very well fits Ruka's character, and so when she sees Umi being rewarded for a bunch of fucking nonsense, her irritation flares up, and she wants to put him down for his bullshit. She's like, you're getting this approval for seemingly just doing nothing. But Ruka might be misunderstanding this, because Umi isn't just getting this because he's attractive. He's possibly getting this because he put the work in. So there's an interesting layer at play here, right? In contrast, the girls misattribute Ruka and try to reward her for something she doesn't want to be rewarded for, right? The fact that these girls are just calling her cute. And Umi plays into that. Oh yeah, she's cute, I know, right? And Ruka's just like, ugh, don't just fucking call me cute, right? She's getting the reward, but the wrong way. So she's irritated by that. Basically, a lot of what Kibe and Curry said are really interesting, because they attribute to Ruka and Umi in ways that like inform the future narrative. So there's a lot of hidden text here. There's a lot of hidden subtext here that I think we won't be able to fully piece together until like we have a little more time with it. Umi can dazzle the neurotypical empty-headed girl, but Ruka and Chizuru are just built different. His BS won't work on them. And that's not why his BS is not working on them, nor do I think he's outright using his BS, if you will. There's something else here. Something's off about this. Something is not right here. Weirdly, wait for me here, weirdly, I think Umi's pickup artist thing is an act. I think Umi's pickup artist thing is an act. I think that's how he weasels his way in. I think that's how Umi gets close. He uses that act. What he wants is different. However, Umi is operating based on Kibe's thesis. Umi is very much operating based on Kibe's thesis here, that all girls want approval and are rewarded by it. So him calling Ruka cute, him getting her a form of approval, is literally acting on what Kibe described here. Curry's thesis, in contrast, both acts as an alternate thesis to what Kibe is saying and an antithesis. What do I mean? Well, Kibe fuels Kazuya's thesis of Chizuru just pretending. It also fuels some of other people's thesis that Chizuru is just stringing Kazuya along and using him. Kazuya secretly believes this and dismisses this as Chizuru's not that kind of girl, right? Even though he admitted to himself that Chizuru in some ways has strung him along. Okay? You go to Curry. Curry is the alternate thesis. Curry is the thesis around sex, right? Curry is that alternate thesis. He's that thesis around sex. But what does Kazuya say to Curry as well? Chizuru is not that kind of girl. In his head, when listening to Kibe, he says Chizuru's not that kind of girl. With Curry, he says Chizuru's not that kind of girl. Isn't that interesting? Kazuya denies both of these theses. And then we cut back to Ruka, as if Ruka is that kind of girl, right? As if Ruka is that kind of girl that Kibe and Curry are describing, right? Because Umi also described Chizuru as not that kind of girl, right? And here is Ruka, and Umi is playing all of these cards on her And these things have seemingly worked on her in the past, and yet Ruka is acting in denial and being smart and just kind of keeping a distance, you know? So there's an interesting element here where we're talking about a thesis and an antithesis. And what's fascinating is that Chizuru, ironically, what Curry said is true in some respect, just as with Kibe, it's true to some respect with Chizuru. Absolutely. They're not both false and they're not both true, right? And that's what's fascinating about Ruka is that Ruka is not these things and she is too. And just as Umi is a projection of these things that she seemingly does not like. So it's layered. Let me keep taking pictures. We got to send this stuff to Crumpy. I don't want to put this off because I'm going to forget. Oh, fuck. Something in my eye. Yeah, so this chapter is very much the thesis and antithesis of the story, right? It's the main theme with a contradictory theme, and then those themes are now being discussed and challenged. That's pretty much the idea. Oh, that's Anyman. That's pretty much the idea behind this chapter, right? The thesis and antithesis. Wrong one. Chizuru and Ruka are birds of a feather in some way. Yes, you're not wrong. However, Chizuru is being misattributed as not that kind of girl or not a normal girl. And I think that's kind of an important element at play here. This misattribution of who Chizuru is and how Ruka is in many ways the antithesis to that. Oh, damn it. I went to the other one. And I find it interesting. One of the most particular things I find really interesting is how Kibe doesn't like that Kazuya is glowing now. I think that's a really interesting characterization of Kibe and Curry as a contrast to their earlier characterizations. So this chapter seems weak. This chapter is one of those chapters that on surface levels feels really weak, you know? But if you're kind of reading it like I am, it sounds pretty fucking pretentious. If you're kind of reading it like I am, where you're kind of digging into what Reiji's trying to tell us, this chapter feels all kinds of weird and wrong. This chapter feels all kinds of weird and wrong, and it feels like everything is incorrect. It feels like every single thing you hear is incorrect, which is really fitting that we see Ruka as a character, in particular because Ruka represents that unabashed honesty, right? And yet, what's interesting about Ruka's character is that she's living in a false reality, right? She is a character that represents this unabashed honesty. That is her appeal as a character. And what's interesting about that is that now she's being shown how she is living in a false reality. So how can you be the representation of honesty and truth if you are living in your own false reality? I think that's kind of what Umi is bringing. Umi is showing Ruka the false reality she lives in because Umi is kind of a representation of hidden truths, whereas Ruka is a representation of kind of an open truth, if you will. Or at least an open false truth, right? Ruka is an open false truth, so she can tell when Umi is presenting her false truths. Umi is a representation of hidden, true, uncomfortable truths. Filler-ass chapter, not gonna lie. All that happened here should have happened last chapter. No, I disagree. This is, like I described earlier, ironically, is, yes, this is a filler chapter, but your description of filler, aka being a waste of time, is incorrect to this chapter. This is a chapter that is the more accurate interpretation of what filler is, which is used for characterization, used to introduce a thesis, and used to introduce dialogue and ideas that are not necessarily about moving the plot forward, but rather setting up how the plot is going to construct itself. This chapter is producing theses, ideas that are going to be explored, contradicted, unraveled to a real truth, it introduces false theses, where it introduces ideas that are like, okay, here's this thing, and we're going to tell you how this thing is bullshit. So basically, it's a chapter of muddled lies and truth, where you can't tell the difference. You look at this chapter and you can't tell what you're looking at. That's kind of the idea of this chapter. I think the cover page reflecting that is perfection. I think the cover page reflecting that is perfection, because you can have multiple different interpretations of what you're looking at, and it will change its meaning consistently, you know? Like the image that we see here can change its meaning very, very consistently, and can have a whole bunch of different interpretations of what we are looking at. And that is the brilliance of this chapter, is that because it's introducing all these ideas and amalgamating them into like a single set, what you're seeing can be completely incorrect. What you're seeing can be completely incorrect. You are looking at a false truth, if you will. You don't know what you're actually seeing. You have two contrasting elements here, the center pieces, if you will, Chizuru and Kazuya. Everyone around them is looking, right? I really want to delve into this cover page. Now, there's some interesting elements here. I'm going to move myself a little bit over, maybe like this. Oh, well, that thing's still sticking out. There we go. Okay. I think this is a good spot to leave myself. Okay. Now, there's an interesting element here. The three guys, Umi, Kibe, and Kuri, are all together, and they all look menacing. I think that's a really interesting direction, right? And they all stand behind Kazuya, right? They all literally, visually stand behind Kazuya and look at him. And yet, it almost looks like they look at, the faces are interesting here. Kibe is looking at Umi. He's not looking at Kazuya. Umi is actually looking at Kazuya. That's an interesting thing. Kazuya is running, and you see Minnie cheering on her idol. She literally has the idol sticks. She's literally cheering on her idol. In contrast, you see Chizuru sitting down. She does not seem happy. She seems in the dark, and she's turning herself away from him, right? She's turning herself away from him. Chizuru just kind of has this very edgy vibe. She's that edgy character. You know when you watch like when you watch that cool, dark, edgy character. That's kind of Chizuru here. You know, that's kind of Chizuru here. There's that interesting element with Chizuru. It's just that kind of dark, edgy character. You have Sumi just kind of peeking out a little bit from the ground here. You know, and Sumi is looking at Chizuru, ironically enough. She's not necessarily looking at Kazuya or anyone else. She's looking at Chizuru. So there's that interesting dichotomy here, where Sumi looks like she's cheering Chizuru on, but Chizuru is not being cheered on. It's like Sumi can't reach her. Sumi looks like she's looking at us, but the way I direct it is that she's looking at Chizuru. Now, with Kibe and Kuri, there's an interesting element here. Kibe looks at Umi with a kind of disgust. You know, he seems kind of annoyed almost. And then Kuri is like, looks really serious. And he's facing away. You know, he's facing away. Like those characters back there seem really edgy and serious. You look at Nagomi and you look at Kazuya's family, and again, there's that like really serious vibe. And you're like, this contrasts the chapter completely, right? This cover page, the intention behind it is to create a kind of false dichotomy. I'm gonna peek myself out a little bit and then shrink. There we go. The whole point of this page is to create a kind of false dichotomy, and that matches the chapter perfectly, because the entire point of this chapter is this false-ish dichotomy, this false exterior. You know, you have this false positive exterior, and something just doesn't feel good about it. And I think Kibe not liking that Kazuya is glowing is in many ways a perfect representation of the problem. Toxic positivity. Toxic positivity. And yet there is a discussion about Kibe's character in of that self, which is that Kibe is envious, and he has not addressed his own envy. He hasn't addressed the fact that he's jealous of Kazuya, that Kazuya glowing and Kazuya looking cool is what he kind of wants for himself. You know, Umi in this chapter does what Kibe, Kuri, and maybe even Kazuya want, to be surrounded by girls, to be desired by women. You know, he does what they particularly want. Kuri is even dressed in some ways kind of similar to how Umi used to be dressed. You know, Kuri has this consistent pattern of dressing really similarly to Umi. And I think that's a fascinating thing because it makes me wonder if he's actually following Umi and just dressing like him. You know, Kuri even has his hair. He's wearing glasses just like Umi. There is this interesting element of Kuri kind of seemingly representing a different facet of Umi. So that's an interesting element at play here. Now, let's continue with the cover page a little bit. The glow Kazuya gave is a false glow, and yet they're, it makes you wonder if they're jealous of it, if they're bothered by it. I really got to know what they specifically said in Japanese. Then we see Ruka. Ruka is below Kazuya. Kazuya is massive in comparison to Ruka. I think it's really fascinating that Ruka is so small. Now, in another way, if you look at Umi's eyes, they could be looking at Kazuya. From a different angle, you could aim his eyes down and make it look like he's looking at Ruka. Now, where is Ruka? Now, where is Ruka positioned, and what is the visual positioning happening here? Chizuru is very close to Kazuya's heart. She is the biggest thing here besides Kazuya himself. She's literally the biggest thing in this picture besides Kazuya. In contrast, look at where Ruka is positioned. She's positioned really close to his heart, right? Her position is really, really close to his heart. And I think that's a fascinating element here, that Ruka is that close, she's that near to where his heart is. And yet she's so small. A kind of, how do I put it? A kind of paradox, if you will. Right? A kind of paradox, if you will. Okay? Then we go to Mommy. Mommy turns away in disinterest. And yet, doesn't she look like she's leaning into Kazuya? Right? She turns away in disinterest, and yet she looks like she's leaning into Kazuya. I think that's a really interesting element. That she is looking disinterested, but leaning in on him. Whereas Minnie is cheering on. But what's weird about Minnie is that she's almost shining a light onto Umi. I think that's what's interesting. Where are Minnie's lights being positioned? They're being positioned onto Umi's character. So it's like she's literally shining a light on his character. He's the only character with a kind of glow, right? He's the only character with at least in the trio in the back. He's the only character with a kind of glow. The light is intentionally being shined on him. And what do you see him? He's in darkness. Umi's entire character trait, he's in darkness. But what's interesting about Umi is that he is he's only wearing a tank top. Yeah. He's only wearing a tank top. And I think that's really interesting. Why the fuck is Umi the only character dressed weird? Right? Is that like his actor clothing? Like because we saw actors like dressed like this. So is that like his actor clothing? Minnie is like showing the actor underneath. Right? You're starting to see Umi for who he is. And again, Umi looks quite sinister here, right? The vibe here is Umi is quite sinister. And this is a flip from Mommy. Where Mommy is positioned is kind of the inverse of where Umi is positioned. Umi is on Kazuya's arm here. Mommy is on this Kazuya's other arm here, right? Mommy is pretending not to look at Kazuya when she wants to. Umi is looking directly at Kazuya. And it almost looks like he's even looking right here at Ruka. Kazuya's family is really interesting. They're kind of all hidden. You have this dude, I forgot his name. But I think him being blocked out is kind of an interesting joke, but kind of morbid in its own way. Nagomi looks pissed. Nagomi looks really mad. As if she's mad at Kazuya for Chizuru. Kazuya's mom just looks like normal. And Kazuya's dad kind of has also the menacing vibe. This image is really weird specifically for the menacing vibes. There's so much menacing vibe here. Chizuru also kind of looks like a redhead here, which is really interesting because of the comparison to Steins Gate. Why does Nagomi ever look happy? When does Nagomi ever look happy? She's looked happy in past instances, But this is an interesting element at play here. I think the most interesting for me so far is these three. Why, like Kibe is like looking at Umi and just looks with like so much annoyance. Curry is like turning away. I don't know why Curry's turning away like that. I don't know why Curry is like facing away like that. And he looks even more sinister. And then Umi just, dude, what the fuck's going on with Umi? The style is a bit different too. Yeah, for sure. The way the characters are drawn is not quite the same as it has been in the past. So there's definitely that element at play here. Yeah. And then for Chizuru, again, with Chizuru, there's some interesting layers. She's blushing and she's turning away. She looks very adult. I think Chizuru is like the most adult here. Everyone else kind of looks weirdly immature, you know? Everyone else here looks weirdly immature. Even Kazuya looks like a optimist, like he's running towards the light. Chizuru is sinking to the darkness. They're like total opposites. That element is kind of fascinating to me. In particular with that element of positioning and where the characters are positioned, where Umi is positioned around where Chizuru is, just as Kibe and Curry are, which is kind of a fascinating element here, because like I said, the thesis that the thesis that Kibe gives and the other thesis that Curry gives kind of align with Chizuru's character. But whereas Umi and the rest, they're kind of further away from Kazuya, whereas Mini, Mami, and Ruka are like positioned right with Kazuya. And then at the very bottom, you have Kazuya's family, who are kind of being kind of put to the side and to the back as a mirror to how Sumi is being put to the back. This chapter seems like the ease before the big arc truly kicks into gear. This is the arc where this entire image is going to get explained. That's kind of what this arc is telling you. This entire color page is going to get explained. It's framed like a movie poster, because it kind of fucking is. It's intentionally framed like a movie poster because it literally is. And that's the whole point of it. It's that it's a movie poster. And yeah, Chizuru is sinking into darkness. Kazuya, in contrast, is glowing with positivity. You know, at least on the surface. On the surface, he's glowing with positivity. Whereas Chizuru is very, very depressed and negative. You know, like even someone just said it there in the Twitch chat. Chizuru looks really depressed. Yeah. Chizuru is literally sinking into depression. Whereas she looks like more positive on the outside. Kazuya is a kind of like toxic positivity. Let's see if Crumpy did any translations. Okay, let me move this aside. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm gonna check Crumpy so to see if he said anything. Nothing yet. Let's see if Japanese fans had anything to say. Weird. Kind of quiet. But yeah, Umi has definitely not, at the very least, like as I continue talking, at the very least, I would say Umi as a character has not strayed from my description of him. At least in particular, Umi representing the hidden, uncomfortable truth. That is kind of Umi's character. He is the hidden, uncomfortable truth. And his exterior presents that like idea that it's a false truth, right? The exterior gives you the idea that he's lying. But who he is a character that represents the hidden uncomfortable truth. That is basically Umi's introduction from the get-go. Umi's introduction gives you the indication that, oh no, Chizuru was hiding him. Right? Oh no, Chizuru was hiding him. Umi is secretly her boyfriend. Then Umi becomes that he's secretly using her. Then Umi looks like he's roping Chizuru into something messed up. Only for that to be not the case. So all of these things that we saw on the surface were a lie. But what does Umi do? He reveals Chizuru's hidden uncomfortable truth that she was very insecure about. The fact that she was an actress. That's what Umi reveals. He reveals that insecurity that Chizuru was afraid to tell Kazuya about. Because if you remember, in that scene, Chizuru's like pulling her hair. She's stressed the fuck out. And then she tells Kazuya the uncomfortable truth. And we also see another revelation of this uncomfortable truth in Kazuya's character. That Kazuya was following Chizuru around. He makes Kazuya literally reveal the fact that he was following her around. In revealing this uncomfortable truth between the characters, it results in them truly improving their bond. The uncomfortable truth needed to be revealed. Umi, in another way, also reveals Chizuru's uncomfortable truth in a hidden way, in that Chizuru is also flawed. That Chizuru also fucked up. That Chizuru was also not interacting with Kazuya, and she was also insecure in her own ways in different ways. So, in that way, Umi literally, I think, and by the way, Reiji said this in his Twitter space at one point. He said that Umi's role has never changed. Even to this point, his role has never changed. His role has remained consistent. His role never changed. And so, if Umi's role never changed as a character, and a lot of people's descriptions of Umi's character don't make much sense, I think this one makes the most sense, in my opinion. Feel free to disagree. Umi is the hidden, uncomfortable truth, the reality that we're hiding away from. And in many ways, these theses that Kibe and Curry say that Kazuya pretends is not real, Umi may reveal. I think that rhymed. At least not in full. Maybe they'll appear a certain way, you know? And in another, they could be, in another, Umi can also reveal like a sort of flip of Ruka's uncomfortable truth. The uncomfortable truth Ruka herself is not addressing. Every time we see Umi, we get the inclination that there's going to be some sort of uncomfortable truth revealed. In reality, every time Umi appears, he reveals something we in many ways kind of already knew. One of the few exceptions being, where is it? One of the few exceptions being in chapter 289 when he confesses to Chizuru, and he said he confessed to Chizuru in the background. But even then, the story had already told us, and many people already pieced it together, that Umi probably confessed in the background. But again, I don't think that's everything. I think there is still like that hidden uncomfortable truth that we already kind of knew, and we just got to talk about. Right? And in a sense, could you not argue that what Kibe describes here is Umi's interpretation of Chizuru? Chizuru, from Umi's perspective, you could argue strung her along. Or, strung him along. Right? Chizuru even looks at it that way to some degree. I always kind of thought this in some ways. You know, I always kind of thought this in some ways because Mami got that impression from Chizuru too, except Mami kind of did that to herself. Chizuru cheered Mami on. Mami goes to Kazuya's house. What does she find out? Oh, Chizuru was there. Why would you tell me that that you want me to be with this person if you're going after them themselves? In contrast, Umi confessed to Chizuru, and she didn't fully turn him down, right? I think that's stretching it, in my opinion. There is basis for it. There is definitely basis for it, in particular the birthday event where Chizuru talks about it. Because look at it from this different perspective. Look at it from this different perspective. Umi confessed to Chizuru in the Tiger's Den. She said nothing. Nothing. This whole time, she said nothing. He didn't talk to her or anything. Right? Then when he goes to confess to her, she's going to turn him down. Now, did Umi already know? Absolutely. But now flip it to Ruka. This is where it becomes interesting. Ruka already knows Kazuya doesn't love her. But he was dating Chizuru in the background. So, in that sense, was Kazuya not stringing Ruka along? Do you see what I mean? Do you see how their interpretations of these characters can be based on their own false reality? Their interpretation of these characters can be based on that false reality. this matches mommy perfectly, because what does mommy do? And I said this before, Ruka is in some ways becoming mommy. What does mommy do? She bases her interpretation of Chizuru on the false reality she created for herself, right? That's what I'm saying. All these characters are living in their own false realities and how they see these characters and how they see each other, right? For all we know, maybe Umi's look is that she's stringing Kazuya along. Maybe that's how he reads it, right? Maybe he reads it exactly like mommy. Maybe he thinks Chizuru is stringing Kazuya along. Maybe he's a judge of her love. And he's like, you're not serious about him, but this girl seems serious about him, and I characterize this girl as more serious about him. We don't know, but I think Umi represents that uncomfortable truth and that reality, that he thinks Chizuru might be stringing him along, and in contrast, we have Kuri talking about sex and how Kazuya says Chizuru might not want that, right? Chizuru's not that kind of girl, and Kazuya disagrees with him, but Chizuru might want sex. And Umi could in some ways be that kind of revelation. It's like, oh yeah, she probably wants to be with him. I wouldn't fucking doubt that. So there's these two things that are introduced here are, in my opinion, a part of that revelation. Like the things that Kibe and Kuri says are a part of this revelation, in my opinion. I think you don't introduce this kind of dialogue for no reason. The way the dialogue is structured, what these characters say, in particular, the fact that we focus a lot more on what Kuri has to say than what we do on Kibe. Kuri is a lot more personal. It's a lot closer than Kibe's. Kibe's is just a simple truth, right? Kibe is just this simple, uncomfortable truth that Kazuya is like, okay, she's not stringing me along. She's not that kind of girl. He's afraid of that. Right? Kuri, it's kind of a deeper thing, because what Kuri talks about is really fitting considering what Ruka did, and considering Kazuya wants sex, and considering Chizuru secretly wants sex. And they're all hiding these things. This is what Umi thinks of Kazuya, and what does Umi think of Kazuya? This is what Umi thinks of Kazuya, that he is a playboy like him. I don't think so. No, I don't think Umi reads Kazuya as a playboy like him. I think Umi reads Kazuya as super earnest. I think, in my opinion, Umi reads Kazuya as super earnest. So when he talks to Kazuya, he tries to be really earnest too. Right? This is my read on Umi's character. He reflects back at the characters what they reflect out. He is a mirror. He is the encapsulation of a mirror. That is how he has understood acting, I think. There might be a hidden truth to all of this. Right? Maybe that is Umi living his truth, his interpretation. But that is Umi's character. He is a mirror to these characters, and in some ways, also a window into who he is. And looking at his reflection, we can see who he is. With Kazuya, whenever he speaks to Kazuya, he speaks with a kind of odd earnestness. There's an odd, strange earnestness that he speaks to with Kazuya. Whereas, whenever he speaks to women, whenever he speaks to Chizuru, in particular Chizuru and Ruka, he lies. Blatantly so. He straight up becomes like this very different person. With Chizuru, he's very superficial and judgmental. And I think that fits because I believe that is in some ways how he sees Chizuru. Right? I think that is in some ways how he sees Chizuru. She's too perfect. It's bullshit. She's too perfect. I can tell she's not that perfect. There's something weird about her, you know? And Umi doesn't really fully buy into Chizuru's thing. So naturally, when he speaks to Chizuru, there is this element of lies, a lack of earnestness, and a judgment. There's a very heavy sense of judgment when he's speaking to Chizuru. When he's speaking to Ruka, it's different. It doesn't feel like the way he speaks to Ruka is the same way that he speaks to Chizuru. In particular, it doesn't come off as judgmental. Ruka's judgmental of him. Ruka is judgmental of him. Umi, in contrast, is just kind of trying to figure Ruka out. He's just trying to figure her out. What's Ruka's deal? What's going on with this girl? And at the same time, trying to see how he can connect with her. I think that is the intent. He's trying to see how he can connect with this girl. So he keeps testing new phases, right? Okay, this approach isn't working. I'm going to try this other thing. This approach isn't working. Okay, I'm going to try this other thing, right? He compliments her on being smart. He says, I've taken an interest in you. Ruka's like, what the fuck does that mean? I'll be straight with you. I'm not interested in you in that way. Umi could kind of tell. He's like, yeah, I know you're not interested in me. I'm not talking about that, right? He words his phrases very, very particularly. It's kind of brilliant. He gives Ruka the impression he's interested in her, right? He gives Ruka the impression he's interested in her. That is not the full truth. He's saying that to get her to admit that she's interested in someone else, right? He's saying that to get her to admit she's interested in someone else. And he clocks it immediately. He uses her honesty against her. He literally uses her honesty against her. He can tell Ruka is a very honest character, right? He can just tell just by looking at Ruka, she's incredibly honest. And he doesn't even seem surprised by Ruka's reactions, right? He doesn't even really seem surprised by Ruka's reactions. With Ruka, there is also that kind of genuineness. The genuineness that I saw with Kazuya, it's somewhat present here with Ruka, and it's a fascinating dichotomy with how he speaks to Chizuru. Yes, he has... Oh, what's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? You want to get up? What's wrong? Oh, what's wrong? Come here. Come here. Come on. You guys hear him like... He did that. Did you guys hear that? Come here. Oh, is it good? Oh, come on, get up here. Oh, you guys hear this motherfucking burring? You guys hear this motherfucking burring? Oh, sorry. Oh, you want attention? You want attention? He won't ever jump up on my lap, but if I pull him up, he'll sit comfortably. Look at this motherfucker purring. Having the time of his goddamn life. Ooh, ah, there's hair in my mouth now. Fuck. Oh, this is the worst. Let me pull up what Crumpy wrote. I'll read some of the characterization people had of Umi a little later. Oh, it's a good. Oh, you put your arms in my arm. Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. Oh, you're so cute. You're adorable. Nom 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 nom. What's a putty. What's a putty. Nom 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 nom. Having the time of his goddamn life. This arc will end in tragedy and we'll have a true separation before the climax where Chizuru runs to find Kazuya again. I mean, yeah. That's... You're not even wrong. That's kind of low-key what happens in Steins Gate. Like, I even called this. You're not even, like, fully wrong. Like, this arc is not going to end well. But the it not ending well is a good thing because they need to address the bad stuff. No, who's a mama? Who's a papa? Who's a chupa chupa? Who's a chupa chupa? A little hard to work with. Okay. Oh, Crumpy, if you're here, could you translate what Kibe said in this? Oh god, I don't know how I'm gonna do it. It's kind of hard to do with one hand. Here, I'll just leave this here. Crumpy, can you translate it from here? I can't like do it with one hand. I need both my hands to like copy this. He uses approximately Dude, he is having the time of his fucking life. Kid is in fucking heaven. Kid is in goddamn heaven. He uses this adjective. A glittering, sparkling, glistening twinkle. But what does he say about not liking it? What does he say about not liking it? Like, what is? Oh fuck, sorry. What does Kiba like actually say? I'm just curious. Damn, dude, don't fall over. Jesus Christ. Oh, he's about to fall fucking over. All done? You had your fill? No? Oh, he's here for the mic, fellas. He is here for the mic. Oh, don't step on the keyboard. Please don't step on the keyboard. Okay, well, at least now I can use my hands. Oh god. His ass is like right in my face. His ass is like right in my face. There's one fluffy boy. Yeah, he's part Mine Coon. So he's fucking massive too. Don't. Fuck. Got hair all over me. He's not just fluffy, he's hairy. Give me a sec. Blah, 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 blah. It should be in the previous page. Oh. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, I took off my glasses. My bad. Oh, Coco, what's wrong? You're just gonna stand there and look at me awkwardly? Come here. What's wrong? I brought a big thing of water. A big glass thing of water. Probably shouldn't have carried it with that. Oh, my mom loves her glass containers, so she puts the water in it. Okay, so this is what Kibe says. To feel irritated, to feel offended, to feel angry, to feel sick, to feel nauseous. Mukotsuku. Mukatsuku. Mukatsuku. Okay, so let's read what the text says, and then we can go back a little bit and see what I was saying earlier. Okay, what does the text here read? Okay. The gears finally begin to turn, leading up to the fateful day. It's also written to celebrate the popularity of the new anime season, A Colored Page. Ah, that must be right up there. Looks really cool, right? It looks even cooler with the text. Is it me, or does it look even cooler with the text? Right? It's not just me, right? It looks cooler with the text. Because it feels like it's designed for the text. Okay. This is also a kind of thesis. This intro page is also kind of a thesis. Beautiful color spread. There's a lot going on, too. I talked a decent amount about it. There's a lot going on in this color spread, too. So, yeah, no, this literally like is the encapsulation of the arc, right? This to me is kind of like the encapsulation of the current arc. And in many ways is kind of setting up Kazuya's time travel, if you will, right? This is very much setting up Kazuya's time travel. I also think it's really interesting that like we see Kazuya's shirt like crumpling up, so you don't see the proper spiral anymore. Like it's clearly there, but you don't see the proper spiral anymore. It's literally covered up. Anyways, let's read this. So this is another page we definitely have to look at. Because we see a pickup artist or some sort of sexy guy or something, and the girls she has brown hair and she has brown hair and she has black hair, as a direct parallel to Ruka and Chizuru. Or sorry, as to Ruka, to the girls that showed up when Ruka was talking to Umi. So these girls are direct parallels to that. This intro page has a lot going on too. I gotta delve into that. But let's read what it says. With the arrival of summer, the 11th of July is closing in. There's a mountain of challenges, but we can only move forward. Okay. A mountain of challenges, but we can only move forward. Okay, last page. Umi-kun revealed his feelings of love for Chizuru. The talk with Ruka can now go further. Next time, a frivolous, insincere person. That is probably Ruka and most people's characterization of Umi. I bet this is Umi's characterization of Chizuru. This is probably people's read of Umi. Umi's character. I bet this is Umi's characterization of Chizuru. Straight up. That's my bet. If I'm wrong, okay. What else is new? How often have we been wrong here? But that seems to be, to me, Ruka's characterization of Umi, right? This is how Ruka characterizes Umi as a person. He's frivolous, he's insincere, he seems like a really shitty person. Also, you know what's fucking weird? I just realized, How did I not clock this? The teaser for last time is the title of this chapter. Wait, that doesn't happen. That's not a thing. That doesn't happen. Also, did at any point the phrase enemies in the same boat come up? Did that phrase at any point come up? It would be near the end. Also, weird. Also, another thing that fits all with this. What did I say about Umi's character last stream? I said something about Umi's character last stream. He tries to decide people's future for them. What did he just do? He ordered for Ruka. What did he just do? He ordered for Ruka. And Ruka says, don't order for me. And Umi says, I'd like to talk with you a bit more. He forces her to keep talking with him. Kind of. He doesn't, she can just leave. But I think that's really fitting to reflect Umi's character. Umi is the type of person who tries to put people in particular roles, you know? Whereas Kazuya is a person who frees people from roles, right? With Kazuya, there is no role that you're in. He frees you from your role. You don't have to be in a role, which is why most people fall in love with him. A big thing people don't seem to realize is that one of the ways a relationship can truly foster, dude, you wanna have a good relationship with someone, let them be themselves with you. If they can be themselves with you, you're doing a good job. Because that means they can free themselves from the roles they have in their life. When they're with you, they can be themselves. If you really want to form a relationship with someone, make them feel comfortable enough to be themselves with you. You know? Umi can't do that. Umi can't do that. And I think it would be really interesting if the characterization for next chapter ultimately does end up being Umi's character, a frivolous or insincere person. However, I wouldn't be surprised if that's Umi's characterization of Chizuru. You know, if that is Ruka's characterization of him, it would be oddly fitting for him to characterize Chizuru that way and thus believe she is a fitting pair with him because they're both frivolous and insincere people, at least how he looks at it. And it's not true. Chizuru is actually like sincere to a fucking fault. Chizuru is actually sincere to a fucking fault. But that's my read. I could be wrong. So sorry. Some people said some stuff earlier. Umi underestimates Kazuya all the time. He stumped him without even trying to know, and knowing he did so in the tiger's den. He stomped him without even trying and knowing he did so in the tiger's den? Really? I don't... He stumped... Who stumped who? Umi stumped Kazuya? I don't see that. He rattled Kazuya, but it felt like he was kind of measuring his reactions rather than actually trying to get under his skin. It felt like more like he was measuring his reactions rather than actually trying to get under his skin. Umi's talking with a mask on, but after I like smart girls things, he speaks to Ruka as he does with Chizuru. No, ironically, the way he's speaking to Ruka is kind of in the middle between how he speaks to Kazuya and how he speaks to Chizuru. There's a middle ground between these two. But there is this like sincere adulthood to Umi when he speaks to Ruka. It's kind of odd. It's really odd. He's talking like he's the adult in the picture, and he knows she's a kid pretending to be an adult. He can kind of like the shot that like tells me Umi is like clocking Ruka and he can like figure her out is this. He seems way more adult than her here. He seems like, oh, she's that kind of person. Okay. I'll approach it this way then, right? He at first he tries the superficial approach and it doesn't work. So he switches it up, right? So he switches it up. Next time is Umi's interpretation of Kazuya, in my opinion. Maybe. But he doesn't have enough on Kazuya to read him as such. And to me, every time he's spoken to Kazuya, Kazuya has been like weirdly sincere with him. Like Kazuya like is so caught up in his charisma that he just kind of says what he feels. So I don't know if I would read Umi's characterization of Kazuya as that. And if Ruka likes Kazuya, then how would she like that would just piss her off. that would just piss her off. So that doesn't feel quite right. At least now we kind of got told how Umi contacted Ruka. He just walked to her fucking work, which is, you know, shitty thing to do. That's pretty fucking shitty thing to do, dude. Like, she's in the middle of work, and you pull this shit. Come on, dude. Like, that's crappy. That's crappy. But it definitely feels akin to a scandal, right? It definitely gives off the vibe of a scandal. And if Umi like said we're not friends, and we're just acquaintances, then it could spark something. And I think Umi knows that. Like, when the girls were asking here, what's your relationship with Umi? Umi saying, "Oh, we're just friends," is smart, because if he says they're anything else, then it would indicate, oh, this could be a problem. On the other hand, I think he in many ways views Ruka as a friend. I don't think he's lying about that. I think in many ways he views Ruka as a friend. He's hiding something. He's definitely hiding something, but he definitely views Ruka as a friend. At least a friend in the same boat. Whereas Ruka characterizes him as an enemy. They're not friends. I don't know. I'm fascinated. I'm definitely curious. Is Umi really truly that frivolous, that piece of shit of a character? People in chat are gonna say yes. Don't even fucking start with me. People in chat are gonna say yes. Don't even fucking start with me. Reiji doesn't like labeling characters like this, so it would feel very weird for him to go out of his way to label Umi like this. Like, he calls out people when they do shitty things, but the fact that he says Umi's role has not changed from the start of the story is an indicator to me, because at the start of the story, Umi's literally just support. Umi's literally just support. He wasn't trying to do anything at the start. He was just trying to help Chizuru. And he fucking sucked at it. But that's just my read. Okay. So sorry, let me see if there's anything else from Crumpy. No. Weird. My timeline doesn't have anybody talking about the stuff. It's weird. My timeline's oddly quiet. That's really strange. Okay. Nothing. What the hell? That's weird, dude. My timeline's like quiet. People aren't saying anything. Okay. This person. 1 hour. Okay, so that must have been something. Yamori-san is on stage 2. Translate. Interesting. Yeah, I guess people are not talking at the moment. Week episode, week timeline. Oh, shut up. Oh, shut up. It seems like Umi is aware and what he did was a scummy thing, as he felt a bit inviting her unannounced. As he felt bad inviting her unannounced. Did he say that? There's two things we gotta reread. We gotta reread the Curry section, and we gotta reread the Umi section. Those two sections seem like the biggest thing. I'm also interested in how Umi is dressed. The way Umi's dressed is odd. I have a friend named Chizuru Ichinose. I hear she's pretty close with him, so I can't just overlook it. That's stupid. Shut up. Okay, this part is really interesting. Chizuru-chan actually is a girl I like. This doesn't feel real. No, something is weird about this. Something's weird about this. You don't see his face when he says this. Oh my god. This dude's crazy. This dude has insane acting skills. Look at his mannerisms. Look at what he did. Look at how he's speaking. When we first see Ruka, this is the exact pose she takes. He positions his hands forward, and he looks like he's really sincere. And he looks down. But there's two very particular things about this shot Reiji does immaculately. While he positions his hands forward to convey sincerity, his hands are hidden. You can't see his hands. While Umi says Chizuru is a girl he likes, his face is not visible at all. It's covered by the glasses, and his other side is completely covered. This is a lie. This is a lie. I know why. Oh my god, I knew it. I fucking knew it. My brain just had a flashbang. At the very start of this chapter, this particular shot of Kibe reminded me of something. Oh, I know what this is. I've kind of pieced it together. I know what this is. Fuck me. I know what this is. Fuck me. No. I figured this out. Okay, I kind of figured this out. Give me a sec. No, chapter 183. This is, in my opinion, directly connected to chapter 183. Why? Well, there's two things. First, we're going to go here. This is right after Kazuya and Kibe have a talk about the lie Kazuya is telling, and how Kazuya is lying to Nagomi and stuff, and Kibe fails him. Look at this. This should feel really familiar. Are you noticing something? These shots are really darn similar. Now you're gonna see. I'm gonna fucking put this all together. No, where is it? Mommy tries to pull some horseshit with Chizuru. And Chizuru is like, I'm ready for this. Don't fucking try that shit. And Mommy is just like, ooh, you're a tough cookie. Now, when Ruka calls Umi out on his nonsense, and he's surprised, look at this. Look at this. I like girls who are smart. Ooh, you're a tough cookie. Are you seeing a pattern? Are you seeing a fucking pattern? Are you seeing a pattern? However, their images are completely flipped. And I think that's utterly fascinating. Umi never tries to become larger than Ruka. Right? Umi never tries to become larger than Ruka. Umi, his eyes are hidden behind his glasses, but his face is pretty darn visible. Look at Mommy. Right? I hope you can see Mommy. I hope I'm not in the way. Right? Look at Mommy. Right? Mommy, eyes closed, hidden in shadow, very sinister. Very, very sinister. Umi, completely opposite. He's pretty visible in light. He's not sinister. It's kind of the opposite. These two scenes are inverted mirrors. These two scenes are inverted mirrors of each other. Here, Mommy tells Chizuru that Kazuya is crazy. She gives Chizuru the inclination that Kazuya is Mommy's target. Right? She gives Chizuru the inclination that Kazuya is Mommy's target. When in reality, Chizuru is the target. Right? She's literally speaking to her victim. This is kind of the flip of that. Umi constantly gives Ruka the inclination that she's his target. He's constantly giving Ruka the inclination she's his target. He asked her out because he's interested in her. He wants to know what her relationship with Kazuya is because Chizuru is his friend. Then he tells her he wants to know because Chizuru is a girl he likes. These are all lies. These are all lies. That's not why he's doing any of this. The brilliant thing about Umi is that he's keeping his intent very fucking hidden. He's giving you the inclination Ruka is his target. Ruka is not his target. Right? Every way in which he approaches Ruka gives you the inclination she is in some ways the target. And yet, this is the brilliance, and yet, the opening page is kind of a contrast to that. Because you see this dude, and this girl is absolutely his target, and he's like, it's summer, we've got to go to a party. Really? We had one in spring and fall. Right? This dude is clearly trying to have like some sort of relationship with these girls. They're his target, if you will. Contrast that with Umi. Right? Contrast that with Umi. He never reaches out his hands. He never touches Ruka. He never does anything of the sort. He always keeps his hands in his pockets. He gives you the impression he's interested in you. He wants something else. He gives Ruka the impression he's interested in her. He wants something else. These two scenes are complete inversions of each other. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. Whereas Mommy's hand is pretty fucking in your face, right? Whereas Mommy's hand is like pretty fucking in your face, you never see Umi's hands. Not once. You never ever see Umi's hands. Not once. You have no fucking clue what he wants. But what he's saying, what he's speaking is not true. This is where something interesting happens. We got to look at Umi's clothes. There is a heart with a soul on it, right? It's a white heart with the word soul on it. But the layer he's wearing is black. And then the interior layer is white and then black again. He's layered, right? And he's giving the indication he's wearing his heart on his sleeve, right? He's very much giving the indication he's wearing his heart on his sleeve. The way Umi approaches Ruka is quite similar to how Mami approaches Chizuru. He comes up to Ruka and he says, "Should I call you Sarishna-san?" This is really interesting. Do you remember how Mami came up to Chizuru in what is it? Before Hawaiians. Right? Who remembers how Mami came up to Chizuru? Why, hello there, Chizuru Mizuhara. She figured out who she is. She states a fact. Mami states a fact. Umi asks a question. They're inversions. I called this. I fucking called this. I was literally saying how Umi's name means Umi's name is Umi Nakano, which translates to center of the sea. Mami's name, in particular her last name, Nanami, it means seven seas. There's a connection there about the ocean. There's an inherent connection there about the ocean. When Kazuya goes on his trip with Chizuru during the event, they have to cross the ocean. There is literally a road where they cross the ocean. This is far too coincidental. Far too coincidental. So here, Umi is constantly giving the inclination Ruka is his target. Ruka is not his target, right? Maybe Kazuya really is his target, right? Maybe Kazuya really is his target. But why? Right? Maybe he thinks Kazuya is sus and Chizuru shouldn't be with him, right? Maybe Jojo Maniacal's read is correct that Umi views Kazuya as a villain. That could be a possible read of the situation. Whereas before, like, it was the inclination that Kazuya is, she's framing him as the villain when she's the villain. Well, this time it could be the flip. Maybe Umi does genuinely believe Kazuya is the bad guy here, and there's evidence to form that perception that Kazuya is the bad guy here. You know, there is definitely evidence to form that perception that Kazuya is the villain here. And fittingly, most people would believe it. I would bet most readers would probably believe it, that Kazuya is the villain in this picture. And even Kazuya might genuinely believe it, if that is the case that we're going for here. So yeah, there's an interesting element at play here. You know, I think Umi is maybe trying to feel Kazuya out, and he doesn't know. Maybe he keeps getting mixed signals from Kazuya. Who knows? This is a really interesting chapter. The fact that there's that inherent comparison between these two scenes is not something that's subtle. And maybe he will think of Chizuru because she's kissing someone in a relationship with someone else. Yeah, that too. And I think that's why he wants to know what relationship Kazuya and Ruka has, because if Kazuya is in a relationship with this girl and he's kissing Chizuru, he is, as the description goes, a frivolous and insincere person, right? He is a frivolous and insincere person. Ruka is not actually Umi's target. Ruka is not Umi's target. That is not the case. He is giving her things to try to get her to open up. The fact that like, lately he seems to be glowing, that pisses me off, right? I know it pisses me off too. He seems to be glowing. Then you get to Umi, and what does Umi say, right? He's talking about Chizuru. He's talking about Ruka and her relationship to Kazuya. But Kazuya is his actual intended target. Okay, so it's Kazuya. Okay, so Kazuya is Umi's target, but not for the reasons we might think. Maybe, like I said before, because this was a read I had in the very early parts of the separation, Umi could interpret Kazuya as scumbag, you know? Umi could very well interpret Kazuya as a scumbag, which would, you know, fit quite well with the current appearance of how Kazuya seems to appear. With the little subtle indications of the text of just how Kazuya is secretly a bad person. And this in many ways would reflect back at Ruka what she has done. That in trying to announce to every motherfucker and their God knows whoever that she is Kazuya's girlfriend, she has in fact hurt him. See how it could all unintentionally loop back around and like explode in someone's face? Is this a dream? What is? What is? Omi and Ruka on the same table. Why is that a dream? It's an interesting dichotomy, but why is that a dream? Still nothing from the Japanese fan. Let me double check again. Is Umi somewhat resentful of Chizuru now? I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if Umi has this like rigid belief. Because Umi keeps talking about wanting to make Chizuru happy. Umi's goal has always been, in my opinion, and it has remained consistent, to make Chizuru happy. There's a problem. He's trying to take someone else's happiness into his own hands. This plays directly into my theory. Umi is toxic positivity. He uses whatever method he needs to do what he believes is right. In my opinion. Umi is the character to use whatever method he needs to do what he thinks is right. He acts as the flip of Mami. Mami is darkness. Mami is, these extreme rigid beliefs. Umi is the opposite. Umi is he is so white knighty. He is so white knighty that he's missing the picture. And I think it's so thematically fitting that one of his bangs covers his eyes, because if that is actually what's going on with Umi's character, it reflects how he's literally seeing half-truths. How ironic that the character that I described as the person who reflects the hidden uncomfortable truth, that being in this case, the fact that Kazuya, the way he's handling things, is framing him like a piece of shit and he's actually hurting the people around him, is the character who's revealing that is someone who's seeing half the truth. Chef's kiss, immaculate fucking irony. Chef's kiss, immaculate fucking irony. Okay, some Japanese fans commented. The exciting full-color opening spread was so great. Kibe and Kuri are great friends too. The back and forth between Ruka and Umi was hilarious too. Okay. Lately, it has been a harem rom-com vibe, but it felt like things were starting to move towards one particular something again. That kind of episode. Next time, I'm sure we'll get a rough idea of what's about to happen. Yeah. Oh. They got, like, relic weapons for the crafters now? That's cool. Sorry, I was, like, scrolling through stuff and I saw that. And people were saying this chapter is just a yeehaw filler chapter with nothing going on. There's this chapter, like, full of interesting contextual ideas. Okay. Brain function. Thank you. Sometimes it takes my brain just like a little, I think I need some tea. Like, this is crazy. Never in a million I thought of this scenario. You should, because that's what it means to become an artist. You think of the impossible. Ooh, it actually looks pretty good. This is a good rip. This is a good fucking rip. Looks like such an ass. Doesn't he look like such a fucking ass? Right? Kibe just reads like such an ass here. Like, oh, shut the fuck up. You always say the most random things. All men want is sex, but women already achieve their goal just by being fawned over. Who do we see being fawned over here? Right? Umi is the antithesis of Kibe's thesis. Umi is the antithesis of Kibe and Curry's thesis. That's literally what he is. You introduce a thesis and then you do the counter thesis. That's the thing Kibe just described here is what Umi is doing. He says all men want is sex. Umi gives the inclination what he wants is sex. That's a fucking lie. But women already achieve their goal just by being fawned over. Umi's the one being fawned over in this chapter. It's literally the opposite. It's literally the opposite. And yet, the intro gives you the inclination this is what's going on here. We're so busy looking at Chizuru stringing Kazuya along when in reality, Kazuya is the one who's string. He constantly showers me with love. I should keep him around for now until I meet someone handsome. Flip this picture. Wouldn't this be how Umi looks at Kazuya? Oh dear. Everyone's like, oh, Umi's this about Kazuya, Umi's this about Kazuya. In reality, Umi is Kazuya. He's playing White Knight. Motherfucker started an MMO and picked Paladin as his fucking main. Right? Everyone is like, oh no, Umi's the Dark Knight. Umi is the edgy motherfucker. No, he's literally just a Paladin. No, he's literally just a fucking Paladin. He's the basic bitch. And it's so thematically fitting because Umi literally looks like a White Knight. Chapter 395, when Chizuru rejects him, look at Umi in this scene, for Christ's sake. Look at Umi in this scene. Look at how this motherfucker looks. Like, bro. Look at this White Knight ass motherfucker. Look at this white fucking whatever. I'm fucking up my words. White Knight ass motherfucker. Straight up White Knight mode. Straight up White Knight mode. Wouldn't this recontextualize almost everything he's been doing up until this point? In the Tiger's Den, what is he doing? He's feeling Kazuya out. Right? In reality, this could be very fitting because it could all be, as a parallel to Mommy, a disguise for his jealousy. Whereas Mommy disguises her jealousy by like trying to ruin their relationship, Umi could be disguising his jealousy by playing White Knight. You know, he's the hero, he's the White Knight. It's just a disguise for his jealousy. Right? And he's just not being honest with himself. He's literally Mommy's flip. I've talked about this a few times now. Mommy is Chizuru's dark reflection. I think Umi is Kazuya's dark reflection. In that sense, are they not two sides of the same coin? Right? If they are the respective characters' dark reflections, would Umi just not be the other side of the coin for Mommy? Right? It's just his positive approach attitude is just a disguise for the fact that he is jealous. That's all. And he is Kazuya because maybe the girl he liked actually broke up with him too. Like I said. What is the Japanese title for the chapter? For this chapter? It should be the same, but I'll have Crumpy read it. should just be the same. This is the title of the chapter. What's it actually translate to? Oh yeah, today we also got the state of play at 2 o'clock. We also got the state of play at 2 o'clock, fellas. Woo! Oh, there were posts. It just wasn't like showing them on my timeline. All of them like showed up, and they're all like an hour ago. All of them fucking showed up, and they're all just a fucking hour ago. Shocking. There were posts. Umi-kun making advances, Ruka-chan brushing him off coldly. What's the intention behind Ruka-chan choosing to meet Umi one-on-one despite everything? Are the two of them about to enter a business partnership? And our Kibe-san makes a long-awaited appearance. I mean, with Mami, the business partnership was like seemingly forced onto Chizuru, you know? Chizuru had to go along with Mami. Would Ruka go along willingly, knowing? Oh, because Ruka even described Kazuya this way. Ruka even described Kazuya this way. Wait a fucking second. During the it was chapter 200 when Mami comes up to Ruka. Or no, chapter 199. It's just before chapter 200. In chapter 199, there's a part where Ruka gives a description of Kazuya. I knew it. It's because I'm with Kazuya-kun, right? Why did I have to fall for a guy like him? He's scummy, he's dumb, he's thick-headed, he's insensitive, he's a psychopath with no regard for his girlfriend's feelings. That's a whole lot of projection happening here. That's a whole lot of projection happening here, Ruka. It's a whole lot of projection. Well, he's kind of cute, though. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. I know that I'll probably never get my chance, but I just can't help love like this. This is a lie. This is not true. It's like an infatuation. You trick yourself into thinking you can't help it. And the end of that arc proves that you can, in fact, help it. But you trick yourself. You've been conditioned by the addiction. You know? You've been conditioned by your own addiction that you can't help it. You can. You're not powerless. That's basically the point of Hawaiians, in my opinion, is that every character is dealing with their own form of powerlessness. And the fact that Chizuru looks sad and Umi looks at Kazuya here, come on. Chizuru looks sad and depressed, and Umi's looking at Kazuya sinisterly. In the movie arc, Kazuya lifted Chizuru up, and Umi could see that very clearly. Now Chizuru clearly seems unhappy for most of this. It all aligns. Chizuru seems regularly unhappy for most of this scenario. Chizuru regularly appears unhappy in front of Umi. Umi's constantly talking about happiness. Dude. What the fuck? It's all there. He's playing White Knight, but he's dressed in black, so he has this sinister feel. Kazuya's the one with black hair. He's the villain. The story has been giving slight indicators here and there. See, that's the thing where I kind of like disagree with Jojo Maniacal when we were reading it. Jojo is saying that the story is outright indicating Kazuya is the villain. No, it's subtext framing. It's literally subtext framing. That's why I disagree. Kazuya is actively being framed as the hero and the victim. Chizuru, in contrast, is actively being framed as the villain. You know? She's actively being framed as the villain. Like I said, in reality, Kazuya is the great demon king. That's literally what the kids called him. The indicators are constantly showing that he's like a thug on surface level. There's a comparison to Dracula in a certain scene. In contrast, Chizuru subtly is being indicated to you that she's the victim. You know, there's like very subtle subtext indicating to you she's the victim. But what do you see with Umi? Umi never goes after Chizuru in a predatory way, right? Umi is always framing himself as a white knight. He's always a judge. He's always like above, and he's always like ethereal in a sense. What's wrong? Yeah, it makes too much sense. He's playing White Knight. He's literally playing White Knight. The only difference is, what I disagree with is that Jojo believes Umi's orchestrating all of this. I don't think so. Not in the way that you think. Not in the way that you think. Umi is reacting to a lot of the world around him. He's reacting to the rejection. He's reacting to how Chizuru is acting. He's not actually this big master planner. He's not. Because Mommy isn't. So why the fuck would you think Umi is? He's her other side of the coin. So how could he possibly be the same thing? And you'll notice both Mommy and Umi wear black. Right? To be fair, Kibe also wears black, and Kibe is very like suspicious of Umi. So that's an interesting element here. Kibe is like very directly looking at Umi. Minnie is cheering on, but she's not looking at Kazuya. I think there's an interesting element of not a single person is looking at Kazuya except for Umi. I think that's a really interesting element. No character in this cover page is looking at Kazuya. Did you notice that? Chizuru's not looking at him. Sumi's not looking at him. Ruka is kind of looking at him. Ruka is looking up at him, right? To reflect how she views him as above, right? So Ruka is kind of looking up at him in that regard. So Ruka's like the only one. Mommy's looking away. Minnie's looking away. Kazuya's family is looking forward. They look like they're behind him, but they're below him. And then Umi is the only one actually looking at Kazuya, whereas Kibe is looking at Umi and Curry is turning away. I think that's a really interesting visual motif. Nobody's actually looking at Kazuya. Ruka is kind of looking at Kazuya, but she kind of looks like she's looking up. Okay. Got some interesting shenanigans happening here. No, this chapter is a lot more than I thought it was. Well, I already thought there was a lot here, but it's a lot more than just filler. There's a lot going on with this chapter. Yeah, and like I said, what is Reiji literally doing? He's reframing things to make Kazuya look like the villain. He's reframing the picture. He's literally taken us back to the 3 months, and he's reframing the picture. Damn it, there's like something under my teeth. Fuck. It's gone. I think. Maybe. I live in a dream. Cat? What are you doing over there? What's wrong? What's wrong? Wanna come up here? Wanna come? Oh, kitty cat. How do I want to talk about this chapter online? You know what? Fuck it. Let's just talk. Let's just say something really quick. We just downloaded it, so let me. Oh, hello, cat. Welcome. Welcome. What are you buying? What are you selling? Welcome. You have low expectations for the state of play. I kind of don't. Dude, you don't you don't book out movie theaters. Oh, cat, no, I just set that up. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. I just set that up. Come on. You're an asshole. My cat's an asshole. Could you not? Just set it up. Fuck. Fine, maybe this is an indicator. Fine, maybe it's an indicator. Gotta have a better setup. What's wrong? Don't we like that? Okay. Sorry. I need to wake the fuck up. One last thing. Okay. Pain medication in case I get a fucking headache. Vitamin B complex to wake the fuck up. Stupendous. Stupendous. Nothing on the translation from Crumpy. Maybe I need to listen to some music. I feel like pretty tired. It's kind of annoying. Oh yeah, so we were talking about the state of play. I'm gonna be real. Like, okay, I don't have low expectations for the state of play because it's, dude, they're putting it in movie theaters. You can go to a fucking movie theater and watch it. This is a big deal. They haven't done that since, like, I don't know fucking when. I know they did it like once before. I don't remember when. And that was like, you don't fucking do that unless it's a big fucking deal. Unless what you're showing is massive, right? Like, I don't know if they're showing the PS6. I don't know if they're showing their portable console that they said they were working on. They want to make their own Switch 2. So I'm not surprised if they're trying to do that. I don't know if it's just a bunch of games. Sony's gonna show something big, dude, and I don't know what it is. They're gonna try something. It's gonna be a big fucking deal. So I just don't think it's gonna be like a small state of play. Like, I would genuinely be disappointed if it's just fucking nothing. Just straight up. I would just be disappointed if it's a whole bunch of nothing. Okay, so let's write. I'm gonna turn on some music. Ban the bot fate. Oh, I didn't even see it. Oh yeah, you told me to like look into something. It was called Fozbot. You told me to look into Fozbot. Yeah, I definitely got to check out Fozbot. I like totally forgot about that. I need some music. Yeah, I think Fozbot has filters for these kinds of bots. Oh, that's sick. Okay, let's go from the top. The chapter was so good. Never thought of seeing Ruka being so strong and confident. I'm so happy for her. On the other hand, Umi is trash. Lol. Interesting read. I think Ruka was incredibly consistent here. This is Ruka. This has always been Ruka's character. I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing about Ruka felt different, and Umi didn't particularly feel that different either. The story is here. One sec. Look, the story is doing something really smart with Umi's character. At least Reiji is. The framing constantly gives you the indication Umi is a scumbag. And the framing constantly gives you the indication that Kazuya is a good dude. We're about to flip it. Umi is going to look more heroic, and Kazuya is going to look like a scumbag. I'm just telling you. That is the buildup. That is the buildup. The buildup is perception is reality. So I am going to flip your perception. You are in an illusion. I'm going to flip it over. The framing of Umi is intentionally scummy, only for him to ultimately look heroic and fit the part of his image. Whereas Kazuya, you know, oh no, Kazuya is truly the scumbag. Anywho, I just wanted to post something really quick. I heard like a sound. Oh, come on. That's pissing me off. That'll do. You're right. So are you predicting that Ruka and Kazuya will do it? Because I see your point of view. No. No. That's not at all what I'm saying. How did you how did you come to that conclusion? That's a whole lot of bias happening here, buddy. How the fuck did you come to that conclusion? When did I say that? Did I ever say that? Did I ever say that? No. Not once did I say that. If that's how you interpret Kazuya being a bad guy, I think you kind of missed the point. No. What I'm saying is that the narrative has indicated constantly that Chizuru is the one. Just because Kazuya was thinking of Ruka in the last chapter, that's not the point of that chapter either. So no, let's here backtrack a little. Let's talk about framing. Okay. The framing is that Chizuru is stringing Kazuya along. And Kazuya is working really, really hard, and Chizuru doesn't deserve it. That's the framing. That is what many have said. Kazuya secretly kind of believes it. He even said he's been jerked around a lot, and he's been treated like crap, and yet his love for her perseveres, and he wants to be with her, and that's all he cares about. Reiji's going to do, in my opinion, flip that over. Kazuya is the one jerking Chizuru around. Chizuru is the victim. And she's the one working really, really hard where Kazuya doesn't fucking care. That's what he's going to do. Kazuya is with Ruka, and Chizuru is right there. What a fucking cheater. What a piece of shit. Right? He's stringing all these girls along until he gets someone who's perfect for him. Right? He's stringing Ruka along until he gets Chizuru for him. This literally matches the framing of certain scenes where Kazuya is like, Ruka will give up when I start dating Chizuru. Except, reframe that scene. Suddenly, it looks like Kazuya is stringing Ruka along, even though she fucking knows what she walked into. Perception is reality. How you perceive the world around you is how you're going to see it. That is what's going on with Kazuya's character. I believe that is how Umi sees him. Umi sees Kazuya with Ruka. He's a playboy, so he's just like, oh, Kazuya must be stringing Ruka along until he gets someone who's better. He's getting what he wants from Ruka. Suddenly, flip the scene over. Doesn't it look like Kazuya is getting his sexual desires fulfilled by Ruka? Right? Doesn't it look like Kazuya is getting his sexual desires fulfilled by Ruka? Doesn't it look like Kazuya is just using Ruka? He's getting what he wants from her until he's with Chizuru. Doesn't he look like a total fucking scumbag? In fact, didn't we read an assessment from Wildt? He'd made an analysis for the previous chapter where he made the assessment that Kazuya is not a victim of Ruka. Do you see what's happening? That is how Kazuya is going to become the villain of this picture. He is not viewed as a victim. He is not viewed as the person who is hurt in all of this. He is the villain. Literally, the thing Mommy said in chapter 183 is what Umi actually truly believes. Right? The things Mommy said in chapter 183 to Chizuru, where she told her, oh, no, Kazuya is the villain. He's crazy. He strung you along. He's the bad guy. When in reality, Mommy's target was always Chizuru. Flip it over. Kazuya is the bad guy. Kazuya is the one stringing her along. Kazuya is the one leading her on. Do you see what I'm indicating here? Umi is the flip of Mommy. He is the other side of the picture. Yo, what's this chapter trying to tell us? This chapter is trying to tell us that Kazuya is the villain. And yet, the framing here is intentionally that Umi is villainous. Umi is villainous. Except he's actually trying to play White Knight. Is that bad event going to happen before Kazuya meets Chizuru or during their meeting? Before. I bet it's going to be before. I really wouldn't put it past it if it's probably going to be before. We're never going to get July 11th. Or if we do during July 11th, oof. If we get it during July 11th, oof. White Knight for Chizuru. Yeah. Umi's whole thing that Reiji has said has not... So, okay. Reiji didn't say this particular thing. Let me correct myself. Reiji said Umi's role from the start of the series has not changed. Umi's role from the beginning of the series has not changed. I recall him vividly saying that. If I'm incorrect, feel free to correct me. I vividly recall him saying that in one of the Twitter spaces. Umi's role did not change. What does Umi do at the start of the series? He's trying to support Chizuru. He's trying to get her into a play. He tries to help her succeed. When she's feeling bad, he tries to help. Every single time, without exception, he makes it worse. Every single time, without fucking exception, he makes it worse. He's trying to play White Knight, and he fucking sucks. Okay? Here, what if we return to that point where Umi failed as a White Knight? At the start of the series, Umi fucking failed as a White Knight. He sucked. He's terrible. But we're returning to the past. A huge theme right now is we're literally, in a sense, time traveling. The reference to Steins Gate, mini shirt that said Endless 8. There was probably like 2 other things that I forgot off July 11th in of itself is a reference to time travel. So for those who don't know, July 11th has this like entire history behind it. It's a reference to time travel, in particular, looping. When you loop back to July 11th, unless you do the correct set of things in order to move forward. Chizuru's play during her birthday is about a girl who time travels. And the only one who gets her is Chizuru. Chizuru's character is the supporting character, and she's the only one who gets her. Sumi then shows up to Chizuru's house, and Chizuru forgot about Sumi, but Sumi's the only one who understands because we had not seen Sumi for a certain period of time in the story. She literally time traveled. To us, it was years. To her, it was like a couple months. She literally time traveled. The 3 months skip just like that. It's like we time traveled. So there's this entire motif of time traveling. Right now, it's as if we time travel to the past. The 1.5 month separation is the 3 months. The Kazuya, how he looks now, looks like the beginning of the series Kazuya. And when I mean beginning of the series, I mean before he even dyed his hair. I mean Kazuya with black hair. This isn't our Kazuya. This is the Kazuya before the series even started. He's returned to his origins. The story feels like a harem rom-com. It doesn't feel like a love story. Kazuya isn't really himself anymore. He's this other character. And yet, the Chizuru gets to be with the director that we saw in Chapter 52. The director that we saw in Chapter 52 that rejected Chizuru in the past now accepts her. Now she gets to actually act under this director. It's as if we are going back in time and reversing things. Instead of things sucking and Chizuru failing and going down this path that we're on, we change the route. We flip the route. Instead, what if Chizuru had succeeded? Ooh, what if Chizuru actually got this play? What if she succeeded? What if Kazuya is not the one helping her? He's the one getting in her way, right? What if Kazuya is the reason Chizuru feels bad? Not the other way around. And Umi, exactly, perfectly, as a direct mirror to Mami, sees it this way, because Umi's perception of Kazuya is very limited to the small, tiny interactions he's had with him, and the surface level images of how he's seen Chizuru react to Kazuya, as a direct mirror to how Mami has seen Kazuya react to Chizuru. They are seeing things from a surface level. When Mami talks to Chizuru, she's very antagonistic. When Umi talks to Kazuya, he's very nice and supportive. Right? Because maybe at first he thought Kazuya was good. You know, maybe at first he thought Kazuya was good. Maybe that's why Umi is nice to him, but he's a little suspicious. Not realizing that suspicion stems a lot from his own insecurities, that he's actually jealous. He's not being honest to himself about the fact that he's jealous. Right? This, I think, is very important here. This, I think, is very, very important here. That Umi doesn't see how he's a direct mirror to Kazuya, just as Mami doesn't see she's a direct mirror to Chizuru. And Chizuru doesn't see Mami as a direct mirror to her. In some ways, we can say that Kazuya is the kind of disturbance in Chizuru's life. Isn't that literally what Kazuya said? Isn't that what Umi warned her about when he walked into her house? Do you remember when Umi came to Chizuru's house? And then afterwards, when they stepped out, he literally said, "Hey, did you tell your agency? You should probably think about that a little bit. This could be trouble." And Kazuya's like, "Oh, he just cares." Huh. All the pieces are there. Kazuya thought about this multiple times, that he's just a bother to Chizuru, that he's just a bother to Chizuru, that he's just a bother to Chizuru, only to truly become a bother to Chizuru from other people's perspectives. Even Nagomi thinks so. Everybody is out to get Kazuya. And I think that is so thematically interesting. They're so busy looking at a villain, they don't see themselves. They're so busy looking at a villain, they don't see themselves. Every single character, without exception. Umi is toxic positivity. I've said this for a fucking minute now. Umi is toxic positivity. That is Umi's character. He's playing White Knight. Kazuya versus the world. Yeah, Scott Pilgrim versus the world. Scott Pilgrim versus the world. And yet, there's a tragedy to this. Some aspect of it is somewhat true. There is some aspect to this that is somewhat true. Kazuya has kind of like, in being inactive in his own relationships, he's essentially kind of given people this impression. It mirrors what Chizuru did at the start of the story. It's a direct mirror to what Chizuru did at the very start of the story. At the very start of the story, due to Chizuru's own inaction, she gave off the impression that she's just kind of using Kazuya and stringing him along. A lot of people fucking believe this too. You know, a lot of people fucking believe this too. That Chizuru's just stringing him along, that she's just using him. And that's why when Mami said the shit she did in Hawaiians, people fucking believed her. It's not true. But Chizuru gave off that impression because of her inaction. And that's Kazuya right now. Due to his inaction with Chizuru, due to his inaction with Ruka, due to his inaction with Mami, due to his inaction with Sumi, every single time it looks like he's using all of the girls. Looks, keyword. He's not actually intentionally doing this. That is the intent. That is the idea. He's not actually intentionally doing any of this. But that's the thing. When you choose not to take action, that is a choice. And it ultimately results in you appearing a certain way to other people. Umi idolizes Chizuru. Umi thinks Chizuru is a good kid and she's going through a lot. And he thinks Kazuya is using her. I think that makes a lot of sense, but it's actually, ironically, a whole lot of fucking projection. As a direct mirror to Mami. Because Mami projected onto Chizuru her own sins. Umi's projecting onto Kazuya himself. Umi's projecting onto Kazuya the villain because he's secretly the villain. He's the villain of his own story. He's the one bothering Chizuru. He's the one bothering Chizuru. But it can't be him. Remembering nothing of this would happen if Chizuru didn't act like a child and accept Kazuya after the date. It's all her fault. No, that's absolute nonsense. That's absolute fucking nonsense. The date was both of them. Period. Period. You want me to prove it? Kazuya does nothing in the date. Kazuya is off in his own head the entire time in the date. He never fucking talks to her at all.
Barely. There's like 2 moments where he actually fucking speaks to her. 9 times out of 10, she's comforting him. In contrast, Chizuru in the date isn't fully telling him everything because she feels bad for the feelings that she has. To say it is purely Chizuru's fault is silly. It is fucking nonsense. It's not. They have a broken foundation. Chizuru rejected him. He didn't give up. She rejected him. He didn't give up. What the fuck she want? What do you want her to do? She took an action. Is it the right action? Probably not. You can't blame Chizuru's choices on Kazuya's inaction. Those are 2 completely separate things. That's utter nonsense. Kazuya not rejecting Ruka has nothing to do with Chizuru. Has nothing to do with Chizuru. All Chizuru owes Ruka is an I'm sorry. That's it. All Chizuru owes Ruka is an I'm sorry. Sucks. The world's tough. The world's tough. Sucks. Kazuya needed to absolutely shut Ruka down. And I don't mean I love Chizuru. Ruka, I don't want to have this relationship with you. I'm not interested. I have made myself incredibly clear. I'm sorry. I don't love you. And if you push any further, I hate you. Shuts her down immediately. Kazuya waited too long. He waited too long. Now he can't. He waited way, way too long. Now he can't shut Ruka down. He's become absolutely vulnerable to her. He can't do anything. So now whenever Ruka walks up to him, he just falls apart. Kazuya can take action outside of Ruka actually getting near him. He didn't do any of that. When Mommy asks him, do I still love you? He goes into his head and he starts thinking to himself, oh no, well, I love Chizuru. He doesn't say anything to her. Mommy constantly gives him indications she's interested in him. She drags him into a car, tries to seduce him, and tells him, do I still love you? Her legs are spread between his crotch as she asks him, do I still love you? He says, I love Chizuru. Okay? Then, Mommy moves on. She leaves. She kind of gets a semi-rejection, not really. Next day, he talks to her. Next day, he talks to her like nothing happened. What do you fucking mean? He doesn't clear up anything. You can't do that. You have to set boundaries. You can't fucking do that. Right? If you're going to talk to her as a friend, clear up, hey, I'm just your friend. I'm sorry, I'm not interested romantically. I don't want us to have any misunderstandings. Does not do that. Does not clear up anything with Mommy. Sumi. Sumi is a direct mirror of Kazuya. She is literally Kazuya's inaction framed behind a wall. Sumi goes on the rental date with Kazuya. She gets him to confess to her on a rental date to practice. And then she, what does she do? She, upon getting the confession she wants, her nose bleeds and she passes out. And when Kazuya tells her, I don't think I'm cool, she says, you're the coolest, practically confessing to him, but it's hidden behind the fact that it's rental. She never clears up, hey, I'm not doing this because of rental. I genuinely believe this. If you want me to wait until the clock ends and I say it again, I fucking will. Never does this. Sumi reflects Kazuya's lack of clarity in his actions and using his love for Chizuru as an excuse. Sumi uses rental as an excuse to not do what she wants to do. She uses her shy demeanor as an excuse to not do what she wants to do. Kazuya uses his love for Chizuru as an excuse to not do what he wants to do and not shut things down. He himself didn't push anything romantically with the girls and also stated who he loved. Surely the girls know what they're doing. Of course they do. Of course they do. But just because he's not pushing anything romantically, it doesn't mean he's not leaving things open. In fact, he kind of unintentionally is pushing things romantically. When he talks to Mommy after telling her I love Chizuru and he wants to look at her picture and interact with her and get close to her, kind of gives you a bit of mixed signals, doesn't it? With Ruka, he tells her, I can't do this with you because you're attractive. That's not an excuse. Bro, You tell the person, I don't want to do this with you because I don't want to. Stop. No. You can't use other people as excuses. You have to be incredibly clear about what you want. The problem is, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Understand, I'm not dismissing what you're saying. You are correct. He's technically not pushing anything romantically, and he told them who he loved. The girls kind of know what they're fucking doing. They're not stupid. They kind of know what they're doing. But there's always that little twinkle. That little tiny twinkle. He needs to snuff it out. He needs to snuff it out. Sorry, this has to die. So don't give anybody even a twinkle of hope. No, this is not happening. That's the problem. There's always that little ray of hope, that little blister. You visually see it when Ruka is in Kazuya's house, right? When Ruka is in Kazuya's house and she wants to have sex with him in chapter 403, you literally see that small, tiny ray of hope. Oh, it's 402, my bad. Look at that ray of hope. Look at that little ray of hope. Right? She's clinging on to that little tiny thread that's barely there. Ruka even admits she's just clinging on to like this little fucking thread that's barely there, barely existent. But it gives them hope, and you can't do that. You can't give people false hope. At the same time, specifically because people will cling on to it. They're not going to give up. You think people are just going to fucking give up? They're not going to give up. You literally need to open the curtains and show the reality, which is ironically what Ruka ultimately ends up doing. She literally opens the curtains to show the truth. That this is not false. This is a false hope. That none of this is real. I'll give you this, Fate. Reiji intentionally gave us Chizuru shutting down Umi as an example of what Kazuya needed to do. Exactly. And what is that directly followed by? What is that directly followed by? A parallel between Kazuya and Mami. Okay? Let me show you what I mean. Chizuru shutting down Umi. Chizuru shutting down Umi. Sorry? Really sorry? Umi keeps pushing? Nope. End of the road, bro. Nope. End of the fucking road, bro. I'm done. Reiji. Let me zoom into myself. There we go. In this volume, this is the latest volume, volume 45. In the very end of it, he added an extra scene where there's a slightly different interaction between Chizuru and Umi. Here's the scene. Umi says, I love you. Look at Chizuru. She pulls her arm, turns to her side. Umi is surprised. Look at her feet. Right? She turns. And she says, I'm going home. In a very, leave me alone manner. I'm going home. Leave me alone. This is like as hard of a rejection as you get. Like, it's an omega shutdown. However, Reiji was worried. He wrote right here, Reiji was worried that people would misinterpret this as not final. This was the alternate ending. He was worried that people would not understand that this is final. That's it. There's nothing more. We're fucking done. So what does he do? He rewrites the scene and he says, I wanted this scene to convey a sense of absolute finality. That is it. No more. That is what the text here says. He wanted to convey a sense of absolute finality. That's it. End of the line, bro. Where do you visually see Umi here? He's literally at the end of his road. There's nowhere else to go. And this acts as a direct parallel to Kazuya in the date, where Kazuya literally walks until there's nowhere else to walk. Kazuya keeps dragging out the whole thing with Chizuru until there's literally nowhere else to walk and she can't walk anymore. Do you remember that? In the date, Chizuru literally couldn't walk anymore. And he kept walking and walking and walking and walking and walking and walking until she couldn't keep up. He kept putting it off. After Chizuru rejected him, Kazuya had a lot of questions. He asked none of them. Dude, do you want to work on this relationship or not? Do you see the problem? As long as it takes? Yeah, he's going to wait. What good is waiting? What good is waiting? Life doesn't wait for you, dude. Life doesn't fucking wait for you, dude. What good is waiting? I'm a hypocrite. I do it too. I'm trying to get better at it. I'm a hypocrite. I do it too. I wait a lot. Stop waiting, dude. Live your fucking life. You got to be active in your life or you're giving up your autonomy to other people. And that is the sad tragedy of the Umi situation. Kazuya, in not taking active action with Ruka, Kazuya, in not taking active action with Mami, Kazuya, in kind of just putting off a lot of his decisions with the people around him, ultimately resulted in this problem. That Umi is going to assume he's some sort of bad guy because of his own perceptions of Kazuya and how Kazuya appears on the surface level, and Kazuya is going to become his target. As a direct parallel to how Mami assumed Chizuru was the villain and strung Kazuya along and stole all his money. Yeah, the reason Mami cried in that scene, she kind of believed it. Mami projected onto Chizuru her own sins and her father's. Chizuru is merely the target of Mami's own shitty circumstances. Umi is probably the same way. Umi's probably the same way. Kazuya is the target of his shitty circumstances because Umi can't find real love no matter how much he tries, and he finds this person who's really genuine and serious, and she's being strung along by this other dude who clearly doesn't seem very serious about her. Do you see how Umi could interpret it this way and project onto Kazuya his own issues? But in Kazuya's case, it's a bit more difficult. For one, he has no idea how to reject someone, and two, he's naive since he believes he's not desirable. That can only remain an excuse for so long. That can only remain an excuse for so long. You want to know why? Ruka wants to have sex with him. Chizuru kissed him. Mami dragged him into a car and asked him if she still loves him. Sumi told him he's the coolest guy there. You can only believe you're undesirable for so long. That because you keep denying the power you have. You keep pretending you don't have a certain power. That cost will become too great. You can't keep pretending you don't have this. That's what Reiji's writing. Kazuya can't keep pretending. No. He knows he's desirable. Deep down, he knows he's desirable. But there comes a point where you must accept the reality of your situation and that you're running away from what you want. Okay? I'm sorry, that is the sad truth of the situation. I love Kazuya. He is my favorite character in this fucking manga. He is my favorite character in this fucking manga. He is incredible. I fucking love him. He is an incredible character. But the sad reality of the situation is, he has put this off for far too long, and he has convinced himself he's not desirable simply because of how other people view him, and yet he's constantly told he is desirable. All these fucking crazy-ass chicks are super in love with him. And he doesn't do anything. He keeps believing he's not desirable, and he keeps trying to become more desirable. Right? What is he working on? He changed his look. He's trying to get a job. He's working out. He's doing all these things to become desirable. When they all liked him before any of that stuff. In contrast, Umi has all the desirable traits, and he doesn't have a relationship. He doesn't have a real relationship. He gets sex, he gets intimacy, he gets all these things, and he never feels fulfilled. Can't write anymore. Keep going to work. Keep listening. Have a good day. Take care. Do you see why I'm so critical of Kazuya? I think I am of the, this is my opinion. Feel free to disagree. I am of the opinion that when you really love a character, you should be willing to see their flaws because that makes them more beautiful. I kind of have this weakness with Chizuru. Absolutely. I can be a little nice to Chizuru. Absolutely. And I think the reason is because for so much of it, people have been blaming her for so much. They blame her for fucking everything that I naturally become defensive. That's kind of my problem with Chizuru. The reason I'm so defensive of Chizuru is because people blame her for everything. So I try to show, okay, look, these are the things that are not her fault. And I think when I show people, look, these things are not her fault, they immediately assume I don't see any of Chizuru's problems. I do. I'm not fucking stupid. Chizuru is absolutely making mistakes. She's absolutely hurting Kazuya. She fucking knows she is. At the same time, I think a central piece of this, in my opinion, is Kazuya's inaction. Simply because Chizuru's trying to take action. And if you guys remember, I blame her, but not for everything. She's not perfect. She makes mistakes more often than usual. But that's the thing. I don't want to blame anybody because everybody's at fault. I think a lot of the times blame can blind us. Not to say that like people aren't at fault in certain things. Absolutely, they can be. But my problem is that blame blinds us. When you're so busy blaming someone, you don't see the reality of the situation. And that's kind of why I don't even fully blame Ruka in a weird, twisted way. Here, I'll read to you what I wrote. I was talking to Brief the other day when it comes to Ruka. And I know I've also been defensive of Ruka, and people are like, "Oh my god, you're defending like a terrible fucking person." Hold on, just hold the phone. Okay, I'm gonna put Ruka here. Oh my god, Final Fantasy 14 music is so fucking peak. But we need to address that she made Kazuya and Ruka's relationship a reality, and that's why I blame her for what's happening right now. No. Kazuya and Ruka's relationship is Kazuya's fault and Ruka's fault. Chizuru merely instigated it. She didn't make it a reality. Kazuya chose. Ruka knew Kazuya didn't love her, and she still chose to be in a relationship with him. Kazuya chose to listen to Chizuru. She didn't make him. Did Chizuru hold a gun to Kazuya's head and tell him fucking do it? Did she actually make him? No. Now, she told him, I'd rather not, like, have this thing happen to me. Right? She told him, I'd rather not have my cover blown just yet. Fair. That's a bit of what's the word I'm looking for here? That's a bit of like incentive to do the thing. Fair enough. She did not make him. It was a choice. He made a choice. Chizuru didn't gaslight him into anything. She just said, hey, this girl's serious. You should probably go out with her. Ruka is not Delulu. Ruka is a kid who cries until she gets what she wants. She's not Delulu. She is, what's the word I'm looking for? She's not delusional. She desperately wants to be seen and accepted, and she felt more alive with Kazuya than she ever have. That's not Delulu. That's her interpretation of love. Is it naive? Abso-fucking-lutely. Is it naive? Absolutely. She kind of tricked herself into it. That doesn't mean it's all a bunch of nonsense. It's not. There is something kind of nice there. There's also something kind of terrible there too. So no. I just Kazuya asked Chizuru, Chizuru said yes. That doesn't mean anything. It's still his choice. It is ultimately your choice. Nobody, not a single person decides your future for you. There is one thing in this world we truly have control over. One single thing. Do you know what it is? You. You have control over yourself. Now, to be fair, there are circumstances that can impact that, but you ultimately have to control how you react to it. Case in point. When politicians absolutely screw people over, like, make your life a living fucking hell. Okay? the only thing we can do is control how we react to it. That is the only thing we can control. We can take autonomy and try to control that situation how we can, or they can just run us over. Sometimes victims, a lot of us, and many victims, Mommy's a great example of this, are conditioned that they are powerless. They can't do anything. The story would be finished as of right now if Chizuru said, don't go out with Ruka, go out with me. Kind of true, but not really. Do you want to know why? One, Chizuru can't do that. Why? Ruka and Mommy Ruka and Mommy abused her, for one. In particular, Mommy really abused her. Ruka was merely fuel to that fire. You're not considering that abuse. Two, Chizuru feels a significant amount of guilt because of Ruka's actions. If you think Chizuru could just do that, that's not fair, right? At the same time, you are technically correct, because Chizuru does need to take autonomy over her life. However, with victims, and in this particular case, this can definitely apply to Kazuya, but it's reached a point where it's become an excuse, where Chizuru can't let it be an excuse anymore. Let me elaborate. With Ruka, Chizuru feels so much guilt she can't act, right? Many called her out on this. Many called Chizuru out on the fact that, okay, all of these things may be true. If you still choose to run away, you're a shitty person. And Chizuru had to confront that. Okay, I need to take autonomy in my life. Right? I had to start taking more autonomy over life. But she's confused. What do I mean? Reiji said in his Twitter space 2 things about the characters. I misinterpreted the first time, and this is why I specifically say the Odaiba date is both of them. Reiji specifically says they both were not ready to date. Okay? Not one or the other. I interpreted it the wrong way the first time. The first time I read it, I thought he was saying Kazuya wasn't ready to date. It's both of them. What do I mean? Kazuya doesn't know who he is. He doesn't. He doesn't know who the fuck he is. He doesn't know who he is, which is why everybody tramples all over him and makes choices for him. Chizuru doesn't know what love is. Kazuya knows what love is. Chizuru doesn't know what love is. Chizuru knows who she is. Kazuya doesn't know who he is. Okay? This informs a whole lot of what's going on. Chizuru felt like she couldn't just say, don't go out with Ruka, go out with me, because she didn't think her love was good enough. She was conditioned by Mommy that her love sucks. That her love is fucking terrible. So, Chizuru, not understanding what love is, says her feelings are not love. And Ruka's is actually in love. She makes a crucial mistake here. What is the mistake? There's basically 2 of them. 1, in trying not to hurt Ruka, she ultimately hurt her more. 2, in putting Ruka's feelings over her own and over Kazuya's feelings, she ultimately made some mistakes. So what is she? So that ultimately hurts Kazuya more. So she tries to make a compromise, right? She catches this. This is an important scene in chapter 241. This is a very important scene in chapter 241, and even informs where we currently are in the story. Let me pull it up. So chapter 241, Chizuru catches this, right? It makes it look like she's putting Ruka's feelings over Kazuya's, right? That's kind of the problem. So listen to what she says here. Kazuya tells Chizuru, I know where my heart belongs. I told Ruka I don't want to be with her. Chizuru's son, Chizuru says, I suppose her feelings for you are real, and I don't want to hurt her any further. And when I think about what would happen if she finds out, I feel it is not the best idea to try and see you carelessly. Mizuhara, of course she'd say that, and she's rather earnest about stuff like this. So even the fact that she didn't contact me was because she was being considerate of Ruka-chan. When you put it like that, even if she says she wants to see them for what they are, it's not like our relationship is going to grow closer all of a sudden. Chizuru catches, okay, I fucked up. I put Ruka's feelings over Kazuya. I put Ruka's feelings over Kazuya's. That's not okay. So she compromises. Don't worry. Even though I said I want to try to understand, it's not like I have a firm plan. I know what I'm saying is childish, and I do think it's unfair to keep dragging this out. I'll give you an answer. I'm not going to be vague. Just bear with me for a little bit. I'm sorry. What does Kazuya say? I see. Even Mizuhara is at a loss about what she wants to try and understand. And despite that, she's trying her best to be optimistic. Though she feels guilty about Ruka-shun, she still thinks about me. Though she feels guilty about her job, she still thinks about me. I can't bear it anymore. I love you. Okay, do you see how they're like in this compromise situation where they're compromising? We're essentially reaching the point where you can't keep compromising. I'll give you an answer, and she didn't really give it to him. She told him what she knew. She did give him an answer, just not the answer he wanted to hear. She told him everything she knew in that moment. She even said, I wasn't lying about what I said. She said, I'll give you an answer, and she told him what she could. I don't think it's fair to say Chizuru's just being vague. She did give an answer. Absolutely. Now, is it the answer you wanted to hear? No. Is she maybe hiding some stuff? Probably. She's definitely hiding the fact that she's horny as shit for him. Probably because she doesn't want to give him the inclination that she's serious, and then if she isn't and she just wants to have sex with him, she would betray his feelings. So she doesn't want to do that. That's probably what she was fucking hiding. She never answered Minnie's questions. If it's not love, then what is she feeling? Well, that's the thing. Is this down to her fear about ending up like her mother? Yeah. But that's the thing. Minnie and Chizuru's relationship has a broken foundation. Because Chizuru is like, I don't owe Minnie answers. And at the same time, well, she kind of feels like she owes her some answers, but she wants to keep her relationship with Kazuya just between her and him. Minnie's very invasive in that regard. Chizuru doesn't feel like she has the right to call Minnie out on how invasive she is, right? Unless she's being invasive with her, Chizuru won't call her out on being invasive in her relationship with Kazuya. So Chizuru backs off a lot. She feels bad. She backs off a lot. Now, are you starting to see how it's kind of everybody, right? Chizuru is trying to take autonomy over her life. And we see how in many ways it's kind of, we're so focused on Chizuru's fault, right? We're not seeing how Kazuya, in not putting in an effort in the relationship outside of superficial elements, causes Chizuru to not be able to express her feelings and talk to him, because he's not saying, just talk to me, don't feel like you have to do this. And at the same time, you can see how the investigation in many ways created these circumstances. Isn't that interesting? And then how did the investigation come to be born? You trace it back a little more. Oh, that's right. The investigation happened because Kazuya didn't go and talk to Chizuru. But then Kazuya did try and talk to Chizuru, and Chizuru walled him out initially. And Kazuya was traumatized because of Hawaiians. Do you see how it comes to a point where, look, you just got to take action. And in this particular case, I genuinely believe it's Kazuya. He has to start. Why does it have to be Kazuya? Because he knows. Chizuru doesn't. That's why. He knows. Chizuru doesn't. I think that's why it has to be Kazuya. More importantly, I think it all comes back to a certain very, 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 very particular point. Hawaiians. What do I mean? If Kazuya had not told the lie he did in Hawaiians, there would be no guilt. If Kazuya had resolved the conflict with his grandmother sooner and told her the truth, there wouldn't be an issue. Because he tried to put his confession over telling the truth, it resulted in Mommy telling them first. Do you remember that? What was the problem in Hawaiians? Both characters waited way too long to do what they needed to do, and the choice was taken away from them. Is that literally not what happened? Both characters waited way too fucking long to do what they needed to do. And Mommy said, fine, I'll do it myself. And how did Mommy interpret things? In the worst ways possible. Even though she kind of knew. She's fucking lying to herself. This is the flip of that. Kazuya, not in not addressing the lies, but in not addressing the truth, right? And not addressing the fact that he doesn't want to, and not ending things with Ruka, and not ending things with Mommy and not figuring out what the fuck was going on with Mommy and Chizuru in the background and not talking to Chizuru more clearly and figuring things out ultimately resulted in this point. Do you see how it kind of traces back, right? Yeah, Chizuru made mistakes in Hawaiians and so did Kazuya. Everybody only sees Chizuru's fault in Hawaiians, just like everybody only sees Chizuru's fault in this. So Reiji is intentionally reframing things because nobody sees Kazuya's fault in any of it. That's the problem. I think that's why Reiji's approaching it the way he is. Nobody's seeing Kazuya's fault in all of this. Nobody blames Kazuya for anything that happened in Hawaiians. He absolutely fucked up in Hawaiians. And I talked about it significantly when we were watching season 4. I talked about it a lot when we were watching season 4. 100%. He's talking about helping Chizuru. Every second he tries to confess to her. He's constantly talking about wanting to help Chizuru. Every fucking second he wants to confess to her. Every second he lets his grandma drag him the fuck around. Every second he wants to have a moment alone with Chizuru. He instead lets other people decide whether he gets to do that or not. When Chizuru runs away, he doesn't call her out on her running. Hey, just stop running away from me. I just want to talk to you. He's too busy being scared. Is it fair to be scared? Yeah, probably. You can kind of understand where Kazuya is coming from. Chizuru's kind of fucking up. She's running away from him constantly. Fair enough. You can't like say Chizuru's not fucking up here. She is. But Kazuya is not taking control of the situations in his life. He is letting... I think one of the most important and powerful moments in the entire scene that reflects this is chapter 209, I think. No. Is it 229 or 210? Yeah, 29. Kazuya wants to confess. It's just him and Chizuru in the room. Chizuru's not okay. Something's wrong. Right? Chizuru's not okay. Something is absolutely fucking wrong. Okay? Kazuya is like, whoa, what the fuck's going on? What's happening? Something happened. And then look at him turtle up and look kind of childish. I'm going to do it. Being there for her is part of the goal. You can be there for her without confessing. You did that before. Why do you need to confess? Do you see the flaw in his line of thinking? You can be there for her without confessing. This is Reiji calling out confessions. Hey, relationships are not about confessions. Relationships are about fucking working together and talking to the person. It's about caring for someone. It's about protecting them. It's about listening to them. It's about making them feel seen. It is not about a confession. Confessions don't fucking matter. If anything, confessions scare a person. You're putting someone on the spot and you're scaring the ever-living shit out of them. You don't believe me? Dr. K, a licensed psychiatrist, literally said this. Dr. K, a licensed psychiatrist, literally said, don't fucking confess to someone. Don't just confess to someone. It will freak them the fuck out. As someone who did confess, yeah, I kind of get where Kazuya was coming from. Luckily for me, the girl I was confessing to kind of already knew. And she was just like, come on, just fucking spill it out. But I'm going to tell you for real, it does freak people out because you're acting weird. I didn't realize how weird I was acting. Like when I was doing it, when I was confessing to the person, I was like so in the heat of the moment that I didn't realize how weird I was acting. It freaks people out. And suddenly, this gives a whole new context to all these scenes in the past where Kazuya goes to confess to Chizuru. He's freaking him the fuck out. The first time he tries to confess, let's go to it. Like before we continue with this, let's go to that really quick. Chapter 180, I vividly remember it. Right? Chapter 180, he tries to confess to Chizuru. Well, 174 is the first time technically, but let's not worry about that. That was more of a like a sudden impulse. Okay. Chizuru comes home. He sees her. She looks at him. Kazuya starts approaching her. He doesn't say a word. Right? Look at this. He doesn't say a word. He just starts approaching her. She says, weirdo. He says, wait, and he starts walking up to her. What the fuck? Look at her. What the fuck's he doing? Now look at her. She just came back from work. It's nighttime. And this dude is coming up to her and he wants to confess. Look at this scene with a different context. Look at this scene with a different context. Isn't there a problem? He's freaking her the fuck out. She just got home. She's not ready for this. She's not emotionally prepared for this. She needs a fucking minute. She needs a fucking minute, dude. Just give her a minute. Dude, you want to ask someone out. You want to confess. You want to do any of this stuff? Create time. Talk to them. Share your feelings. Hey, I'm kind of interested in you. Hey, I don't want to bother you. I don't want this to be a bother to you. I'm kind of interested in you. Would you want to go out? You know, I kind of want to test our relationship. I want to see if we can go out. If you're not interested, that's fine. You create time. You find time to talk to this person. You don't freak them out. I've made this mistake twice in my life where I tried to confess to someone and it made them freak out. How did Chizuru react? What the fuck? Is he just gonna confess out of buttfuck nowhere? In the middle of the fucking street? What happens? Chizuru runs away. She goes into her room. She's like, come on. What was that look? What the fuck was he gonna do? Right? She kind of knew he was gonna confess deep down, and it freaked the shit out of her. Go to Hawaiians. Reoccurring pattern. Consistently. Up to the very end when he thought he was rejected. Up to the very, very end when he thought he was rejected. It remains a consistent pattern. He's constantly going to confess to her at a horrible time when she's not emotionally ready. And he keeps freaking her the fuck out. And she's just trying to find the right time to do it. This is where Chizuru's problem comes in. She's trying to find the right time to do it. There's no right time. Right? There's no right time. I'm sorry. That's just the reality. There's no right time. You just got to do it. Chizuru's trying to do it the right way. There's no right way. That's why it ultimately comes out the way it did. That's why the confession ultimately comes out in the most like stupid fucking way. There's no right way. You just got to do it. Okay. He says, I'm going to do it. This is part of the goal. Hey, Mizuhara, look how fucking stupid he looks. About Mami-san. What do you think of her? Mami-chan. He blames himself. She's like, what the fuck? She says things might have changed. Kazuya, wake the fuck up. Wait, what do you mean? What's going on? As she's about to say something, doorbell rings. Nagomi shows up. Nagomi wants to talk to Kazuya, blah, blah, blah. Chizuru wants to leave. This is where you take action. Look at what Kazuya says. Grandma got in the way again. She's glued to her 24/7. I can't afford this right now. Then do something. Do something. Instead, Kazuya lets his grandmother lead him around. His grandmother apologizes to him and says sorry and says I misjudged you and I'm a terrible grandmother. Fuels his guilt so much, he goes to run and confess again. He didn't need to experience that guilt. If he told his grandmother, I'm sorry, there's something serious, we got to talk right now. He could have stopped her right then and there. He could have stopped his grandmother right then and there. Grandma, I need a minute. We're talking about something really serious. I'll let you know later. Please just give me a moment. I understand you have questions. Just give me a moment. You have to take autonomy over your fucking life. You can't let other people tell you what to fucking do. If your grandma's in the way, tell her to fuck off. Right? I love you, grandma. Fuck off. I need to talk right now. This is serious. We have something serious to talk about right now. I don't need this. Right? Shut her down. I love you, grandma. Not right now. What is Nagomi's problem? Kazuya knows it's a problem. She is so fucking intrusive. Constantly in his fucking case. Constantly on his fucking case. He knows this. He has to say something. You cannot let your grandmother or your mom or who fucking ever tell you how to live your life. He doesn't do this. This acts as a direct mirror to Mommy, who is literally letting her family dictate her life. Mommy is that part of Kazuya's character. Mommy is the powerlessness. That is Mommy's character. She is the powerlessness. Ruka is the power. Sumi is the facade. Sumi is the facade of powerlessness. Right? You trick yourself into thinking you're powerless. You're not fucking powerless. Then Kazuya's mom is pretty chill. She is, but she's also subservient to Nagomi. So yeah, this scene, in my opinion, captures the problem fucking perfectly. When I saw this in the anime, I'm like, holy shit, how did I not fucking clock this? When I saw this in the anime, I'm like, oh my god, all the signs are there. How did I not fucking clock this? Mommy, okay, so let me read some of the comments, sorry. Now his friends are starting to hate him for being too desirable. Yeah, quite ironic of them. Blah, 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 blah. I'm just tired at this rate. I actually think the story will reach together chapters and these two will not be together. No, I don't think so. I think something's gonna change soon. And they have been together for a minute. Like, they have been actually, like, dating. Like, look, relationship essentially have two phases, and they've essentially already done two. There's the desire phase, like there's the initial attraction phase, and then there's the cohabitation phase. When you're in the cohabitation phase, that's like when shit gets real. They had the cohabitation phase. The beautiful trick of Rent-A-Girlfriend, the beautiful, wonderful trick of Rent-A-Girlfriend is that you're waiting for them to date, not realizing they're already dating. That's the beautiful trick of Rent-A-Girlfriend. They're already dating. They have been for a while. That is the charming, wonderful trick of this story. And oh my god, how did I not clock it? Oh my god. Do you remember how Umi first met Kazuya? Reiji, you're a god. Oh, Reiji, you're a fucking god. I love this man. I fucking love this man. Do you remember how Umi first met Kazuya? Fuck me. How did Umi first meet Kazuya? He runs out, freaks Chizuru out. Umi's looking pretty darn serious. Chizuru's son, someone you know? Oh no, we just go to the same university. Umi's like initially suspicious of Kazuya. When Chizuru tells him everything, he says, luckily it wasn't anything bad. Yeah, sorry about that. But how did Umi first get introduced to Kazuya? That's right, Kazuya stalked her. As he goes to talk to Kazuya's stalker and think he's stringing her along. When Umi talks to Kazuya in the tiger's den, he tells Kazuya, we can be good friends. I think he meant it. Then Kazuya started looking like a bad guy to him. Now he doesn't think they can be friends. That's why he never contacts him. Okay. Pieces are starting to line up a little bit. Now, there's still the Umi confession thing, which is a little weird, but we'll worry about that later. There's still the Umi confession thing, which is a little weird, but we'll worry about that later. But, oh man, things are starting to fucking click. Let me read some of the comments. Let me keep reading the comments. As long as it takes. Kazuya needs to do that, but he's unable to. He's not seen Chizuru's example. And his nature is to be kind, which actually hurts everyone around him. His nature is not to be kind, it is to be nice. There's a difference. Well, at least now. Kazuya's nature has changed. Your nature is changed. So Kazuya's nature has changed from kindness to niceness. Niceness is when you're being nice to someone, but you know the fucking truth. You know the truth. Kazuya used to say the truth in the past. He's not kind, he's nice. People complaining about length is mad cringe. With no patience to this, I can only imagine the patience you have with your own relationships. It's a little harsh, but maybe not necessarily inaccurate. A little harsh, though. In Kazuya's case, it's a bit more difficult. For one, he has no idea how to reject someone, and two, his naive. Oh, I think we already talked about this. I can't write anymore, going to work. Now his old friends are starting to hate him for being desirable. I think it's not simply hating him for being desirable. He's literally like not himself anymore. And I think that's maybe what they actually don't like. Mommy and the many girls who reject him in high school really scarred him. Yes, true. I think Mommy was just the straw that broke the camel's back rather than actually the source. Kazuya did that to protect the lie, but he was hoping to get help from Chizuru in dealing with Ruka. What are we referring to, with Umi or for something else? Yeah, but he never outright says he needs help with Ruka. That's the problem. Kazuya just keeps like handling Ruka on his own and pretending like he doesn't need help. I don't blame Ruka either when that dude Kazuya still hasn't rejected her fully and lets her do what she wants. He said he won't let her in his room again, but I know this is cap. Okay, are we... You just seem like a person who just blames the characters a lot. I'm kind of not liking this. I'll give you a chance, but I'm not liking your attitude. She never answered Minnie's questions. If it's not love, then she's feeling. Is that down to her fear about ending up like her mother? Yeah, we said that it has a part to play in this. Ruka's issue. No. So you're misunderstanding. It's not that I don't blame Ruka. Ruka absolutely sexually assaulted Kazuya, 100%. But she's a monster of society's making in many ways. She is a representation of the problems in the current story. I blame her and I don't. What do I mean? Ruka is absolutely a fucking monster in this story right now, and at the same time, she's a monster that society kind of created. So let me pull up what I wrote. I was gonna read this earlier, but I got distracted by chat. Okay, I was talking to Brief. I think it's how you say his name. Brief? Is it Brief? Maybe his name is Brief. Okay. So for Ruka, I wrote, so he's saying, oh, this is sexual assault, even though the story's not blatantly saying. I'm like, oh, no. It's sexual assault. The story's being pretty upfront about it, despite how messy it appears. But as someone who has experienced and dealt with a case in the past, it is often not as simple as the aggressor is the monster. It can be. But in Ruka's case, it's a little more layered. She's become a monster, yes, but she also has been conditioned by her environment that these are not monstrous acts. To Ruka, this is not sexual assault. This is a monster of society, and if she saw what she did, she would be horrified. That's why saying she abused him, therefore she's a monster, kind of bothers me. It's a person who doesn't know any other way. They don't know how to change. This is all they know. That's no excuse for such behavior, but it becomes tragic. Someone trapped and unable to change due to the environment they are in is a victim become abuser. This is kind of Rent-A-Girlfriend right now. Every character, even Kazuya, is a victim turned abuser. Heck, even Sumi is using her rental date with Kazuya to get confessions from him and doesn't notice it. Ruka is just the face of the issue. In that sense, she's not a monster to me despite doing monstrous things. This is how I look at Ruka. Her actions are horrible. She's destroying the love she claims to care for. She is in an illusion. Yet Kazuya also uses Chizuru as an excuse, knowing Ruka is tired of hearing it. He doesn't reject her outright, not to hurt her, and he isn't honest with his desires. Right? Kazuya is trying so hard not to hurt Ruka that it's ultimately hurting him and her. Right? And it's leaving her like susceptible to this shit. But this is also Ruka's comeuppance. This is also her actions coming back to haunt her in many ways because she herself can't let go. You can't fully blame Kazuya for Ruka just as you can't fully blame Ruka for Kazuya. It's just this is the simple truth. Ruka doesn't know any other way, and she's in many ways doing this to herself, just as Kazuya kind of thinks he doesn't know any other way, and he's kind of just doing this to himself too. You can't really blame either character for one or the other. I absolutely blame Ruka for her actions in sexually assaulting Kazuya, and at the same time, I see that she is a byproduct of society and how she's been conditioned that her actions are okay. In contrast, Kazuya is also a byproduct of society, in particular the people around him who condition him he has to constantly be better, and he can't fucking hurt people. He's a terrible person if he fucking hurts people, so he's afraid to do so. Okay. Okay, so because Kazuya is too afraid to outright reject Ruka in fear of hurting her, and he's not honest about his desires, this fuels Ruka's insecurity as Ruka feels his lust that he ignores, right? She feels the same thing. Kazuya from a different angle is using Ruka. Instead of ending things with her, he hopes she will just give up if she saw him and Chizuru dating. Yet he doesn't give up when Chizuru rejects him. So why would Ruka? It dismisses her emotions. This in turn makes Ruka react, knowing he is lying and not being honest, pushing her to more and more extremes as her lust consumes her as Kazuya's is lost in his. It's a destructive cycle of false truths. Kazuya fueling this doesn't excuse Ruka, but it shows he is both a victim and an abuser in his own way. It reflects how we are our own worst enemy. Kazuya is facilitating things without realizing it. Like letting Ruka into his home on his birthday, knowing she wants to kiss him and touch him, not thinking she won't act. While in that moment, he is powerless, before that moment, he was not. And it's not like it's random. Ruka kissed him without consent twice in the past. She was touching him all over in their date before Joypolis, and he let her in despite not and he let her despite not liking it. When she was touching him in Joypolis, before Joypolis, he let her touch him even though he didn't fucking like it. Right? He just kind of let it happen. It's a defeatist mentality. Happiness is not guaranteed if he leaves. Misery is certain if he stays. This is why I can't bring myself to see Ruka as purely a monster. She is a monster shaped by her environment, but also a tragic character with no control of her actions. I pity her rather than hate her. It's sad seeing someone become the thing they hate, become mommy, just as mommy became her dad. This is the kind of person this is the kind of person you save from themselves, not condemn as a monster. It's the same with mommy. She's an abuser, yes, but she is also a victim who doesn't know how to change despite wanting to. This is Ruka, a sad kid who sees no other way but the false truth she was told. She is Chizuru in the 3 months. She is Kazuya afraid of rejection but not giving up. She is mommy abusing Chizuru in Hawaiians. She is Minnie lying to herself about being powerless. She is Sumi using rental as an out. She is the little reflection of all of us, despite doubting if we really ever grew up. Ruka is just as much a kid that society failed as she is a monster they created. This is core to all of this. Both the monster and the victim. What needs to be faced. The truth we refuse to accept. So I just can't fully blame her for the monster she is, but I can also see her guilt too. You see what I mean? It's not like I'm just saying Ruka is not to blame here. She absolutely has blame here. Let's not pretend that's not fucking true. But I'm just saying she's not purely the monster to fully blame here. There is layers to this problem. She has never... Okay, we heard this. I actually forgot. Is the jealous girl from Chizuru's workplace going to play any role in her upcoming play? Is her name Miho or something like that? She's probably going to come back at some point. I don't know what the fuck the deal is. Everything is fine, but we see Kazuya's fault because he's completely spineless. He's not spineless. Kazuya's issue is not simply being spineless. He doesn't know who he is. There's a difference between being spineless and not knowing who you are. Bro, at least push away the girl you do not like. What the fuck? Anyone showed up and do whatever they want with you. That's not... No. He doesn't want to hurt her. But that's not being spineless. There's a difference. I think in labeling this as being spineless, you're dismissing the problem. You're dismissing the problem. It's really not that simple. Yes, you do need to take action, absolutely. But what you're seeing as an escape, what you're seeing as someone who's spineless, you don't see a victim who's using a coping mechanism. That's the reality. This is more irritating than Ruka. Also, what the hell? Ruka's still hanging around with Kazuya. What is she gonna do if he broke up? Blow Chizuru's cover. Okay, are you even... Okay, this person's not even reading the manga. Okay. Okay, this person's just kind of like... just hopping in randomly, so I'm not gonna bother. I recommend you read the manga before you just go and comment. But feel free to do whatever the heck you want. So they're gonna marry you when manga ends. Who, Chizuru and Kazuya? Probably, yeah. By telling Chizuru he will wait forever, Kazuya unintentionally positions himself as a static object, entirely dependent on her choice. Yeah, pretty much. pretty much. Oh, what's this? I was rereading from the most recent episode and happened to be thinking about this exact thing. So I pulled the scene, but it struck me that Chizuru's character setup was already pretty well established around this time. I love this line from Chizuru here, but it gives me this weird sense of discomfort when work comes up in this context. It's like it's so ingrained, or maybe the mindset of bleeding into her romantic life too. Interesting. Yeah, kind of, not necessarily untrue. It's been a while since we've seen Kibe and the others, but I feel like they have a pretty important conversation. It's certain that Chizuru likes Kazuya, but I think she's still at a stage wondering whether there's a need to actually start dating him. No, that's not the case. She doesn't think she's worthy to date him. I think there's still something missing to get Chizuru. Who's so serious about romance that she treats those things as two things as equivalent, like something to fill an emotional void. Truly interesting. For example, possessiveness. Today's a long stream, maybe. Well, yeah, at 2 o'clock I'm gonna swap streams, and then go into what is it? Sorry, one sec. Sorry, what were we saying? Today's long stream. Yeah, so yeah, we have the state of play at 2 o'clock. And we'll go so I'll probably switch streams at that point. But yeah, it's a bit of a longer stream. Teary-eyed. I don't know, man. I just think the way you're looking at this is very I'm pissed rather than actually trying to see the characters. It doesn't feel like you really like interacted with this manga. You know, it's just like, why is this not happening? Why is this not happening? The story's telling you. Kazuya is not spineless. Kazuya is a character who has been conditioned by society and by the people around him to not hurt other people and to be a good man and blah, 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 blah. But Ruka is the one who's possessive of him. She's the one who's stalking him and following him and refusing to let go. And Kazuya, in not addressing Ruka, doesn't want to hurt her, ultimately hurts himself and her. It's not simply he's spineless. When you say someone is spineless, I believe you are completely missing the point. When you say Kazuya is spineless, I believe you're completely missing the point. No, he is traumatized and he is hurt, but he has reached a point where that has become an excuse. That is the reality of trauma. You don't believe me? Then your description of characters being spineless fits the characters from, what is it, Expedition 33. That those characters, because they're suffering from grief and tragedy and pain, are spineless and turn to a painting to escape their pain. I think when we call people spineless, I think when we say someone is passive and pathetic and weak, we dismiss their pain and we dismiss their feelings and we make them feel unseen. We make them feel invisible. And I don't like labels like this. I despise labels like this. That's why I'm kind of not really listening to you, you know? It just feels like it's very dismissive of the character. It feels like it's very dismissive of their pain and what they're going through. When you constantly call people these things, they start to believe it. It's cruel and completely unnecessary. As for Ruka is also a character who's escaping her pain. She's also a character who's turning away from her pain and escaping into this stuff. You know? That doesn't mean she's, insane or monstrous. She's just a little wackadoodle-doo. She's kind of a yandere. People say Mommy is a yandere, yet Reiji somewhat said that Ruka has more yandere traits during the German trip, lol. It wasn't the German trip. It was in volume 36. He didn't say it during the German trip. It was in volume 36. I don't recall him ever saying Ruka has yandere traits in the German trip. I think you misremembered that. This is my first anime and I started reading manga. Oh. I recommend you kind of expand your repertoire a little bit. Just so you know how to maybe like engage a little bit with more works. I'm not saying you have to read like 500 different things. But this is a very layered story that takes a lot from like Western media, like movies and shows. It takes a lot from other romances and messes with tropes and expectations. So the problem is that you probably will only see stupid things if you just like watch the anime or if you just read the manga. So I just recommend you kind of try to expand your repertoire just a little bit, not necessarily like a whole lot. And I think it would help you kind of see the manga a little differently. If it helps, you're not the only one who feels this way. A lot of people are very like frustrated with the manga. They think a lot of shit is stupid, but a lot of it makes a whole lot of sense when you understand like contextual ideas. I'm thinking Classroom of the Elite. Okay, I don't like Classroom of the Elite. If you enjoy it, feel free. I hear people fucking hate the anime. People who read the novels hate the anime, right? If people who read the novels fucking hate the anime. That's what I hear. I hear people don't like it because it like bastardizes the novels. What would I recommend? Do you want a romance or do you just want a show? Do you want a romance or do you just want a show? Even the light novel is bad, trust me. Oh, really? I hear they're good. I couldn't get into them. They seemed like very like because from the little I read, it was very like I'm smart, blah 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 blah. And I was just like, whatever. I'm following your videos to understand manga as much as I'm able to. Romance. Okay, so are you willing to read manga or do you want a show? Are you willing to read manga or do you want a show? Okay, you want a romance and you want a manga? Okay. I have 2 recommendations for you. First, this is my 3rd favorite manga. It is the progenitor. This manga is the progenitor of romance anime. If you read romance manga and you watch romance anime, you'll see everything this manga did in those. This is the progenitor. It is called Maison Ikoku. It is the OG. This is like the thing that like paved the path for every other manga, romance manga and anime today. Even Rent a Girlfriend, the author has openly said this is his favorite manga. He said is like the perfect manga. It is like the perfect romance manga. Now, do be warned. The intro is a little kind of like just more comedy. The intro is a little more like comedy and kind of chill at first. And then around like maybe chapter 40, you get hooked. And that's what happened to me. At first, there's just kind of like, it's just kind of okay, just kind of romance. And then you realize all these intro chapters were like immaculate, like building blocks for the later half of the story where everything just clicks together. And it actually becomes absolute fucking peak. It has an anime. I personally recommend you read the manga, then you watch the anime, if you get invested. I didn't like the anime very much. The author is pretty chill with it. I thought the anime was okay. Personally, I enjoyed the manga a lot more. I think the manga is incredible. I even wrote something about it before. The other one I would recommend to you, and it's my 2nd favorite, How Do We Relationship? This is a Yuri or lesbian manga, and it is so fucking good. It is so fucking... This is my... Maison Ikoku was my 2nd at first, and then I read this. Incredible. Holy shit. And this manga is messy. This manga is messy. It is really, really messy. It really delves into the messy aspects of relationships. So I very, very much recommend you give this manga a shot and try to kind of see what it's saying. It's a very layered and complicated manga. No, watched Your Lie in April already. Your Lie in April is just as okay. Your Lie in April is kind of okay. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't seen it since I first saw it, and I've never been too interested in rewatching it. The only thing I'm interested in rereading right now is this one. I dropped this manga a while back, but now that it's done, I'm like, you know what? I'll give it another shot because it had some really, really good explorations of relationships, where at the same time it kind of felt like a little romanticized, I guess. I don't know, something about it didn't click with me. No, a condition. Oh fuck, I'm stupid. A condition called love. Okay, so the anime for this sucks. I'm sorry. The anime for this is ass. Like, actually fucking terrible. It's a really bad anime. Not because it's ugly or anything. It's boring. I genuinely think, like, the worst thing you can be is boring. And it is a boring adaptation. It's so flat. It's so fucking flat. But this is a manga that I started reading around the absolute garbage. Fuck off. No, dude. No. Okay, don't listen to these people. It's not garbage. A Condition Called Love is a really good romance and manga, but it is messy. It is people not knowing how to have a relationship. It is people hurting each other. It is people appearing very possessive. It is the main character is like, he appears like what people think Umi is. The main dude, Hananui-kun, the way he appears is like what people think Umi is. And yet he's really not. He's really not. This is one of those mangas I really recommend you don't judge by the cover. This is one of those mangas I really recommend you don't judge by the cover. It very much demands you look past the cover. So this one I might recommend. I haven't ranked this one in my list yet. I'll decide after I reread it. I have a massive list, by the way. I made a massive list of romance manga and anime I'm gonna read so I can expand my repertoire. And also just because I want to read some different stories and see what they do. Because I've already read and seen a lot. But I kind of want to expand more. So yeah. This one is definitely going to be next on my list to read as a reread. I read all 18 volumes. It's really good. I dropped it. When did I drop it? I dropped it when they, I think someone went on a trip. Like abroad. I think someone went on a trip abroad or something. I'm going to reread it from the start, mind you. But someone went on a trip abroad or something. And then they came back. And I think that's where I stopped. Something like that. I don't remember. But I did read pretty far in. Like, I read pretty darn far in. I just don't remember a whole lot, you know? But it is a good manga. The reason I put it back on the list is because Briff was like, on my case. He's like, please fucking read it. It's so good. I'm like, I already read it. I just didn't finish. So yeah, I just gotta reread that. It's a Clear Moonlight Dusk. I've heard of this one. Skip and Loafer is amazing too. Skip and Loafer is really good. I recommend Skip and Loafer. It's kind of peak. Yeah, Skip and Loafer is peak as fuck. The anime is really good too. I really, really recommend Skip and Loafer. It's kind of peak. I actually love the shit out of Skip and Loafer. I like how we got like completely off track. But yeah, just for this new person here, these are my recommendations. If you want a good anime, Skip and Loafer is a good anime, and A Sign of Affection. A Sign of Affection is another one I recommend. It's a really good anime. So those are my three: A Sign of Affection, Skip and Loafer, or sorry, 4. Sign of Affection, Skip and Loafer. Those you can watch the animes for them. They have really good anime adaptations. And then I would recommend the mangas for Maison Ikkoku and How to Be Relationship. Those are my recommendations. It's beautiful, like a movie poster. It's like an endgame poster. We are getting close to the end. It's like the tribute to. I think the manga is entering its final phase, which could still be hundreds of chapters. So I think there's a misunderstanding. I genuinely believe they're gonna this is the arc where they get together, or at the very least they form the foundation to be together. Not necessarily, maybe like not immediately date, but have the foundation to actually form a relationship. I think the arc is. I think the arc is setting that up. This arc is about a new foundation. The whole buildup of this arc is a new foundation. So I think that is. It's not the end. The story's not going to end. We're just going to enter a brand new phase. We're about to enter a brand new phase. Thanks for the recommendation. Is going to start with How to Read Relationship Manga. Fuck yeah. How to Read Relationship is Speak. Start with that one. Okay. Yeah, no, I think this arc, what it's setting up is for them to actually be together. At least to form the foundation for them to be together. And then we're going to enter a brand new phase in the story. That's how I read it. I don't think it's ending. I think this is the end of a phase. Reiji is giving this final phase a big send-off. We're going to have the end of a phase of their relationship and the beginning of a brand new one. Thematically represented in Kazuya's phone, right? A story about forming real bonds in a world diluted by the internet and social media it transitions to its new phase in the story through a cell phone. It could not be more brilliant. I think that is such a good representation of the characters. Not through rental, not through not through like confessions or anything like that, but through a cell phone. Peak. The colored title page suggests that we are building up to another showdown with almost all the characters. Kiba and Kuri went way overboard giving Kazuya weird ideas. I would still tend more to Kuri's side, but they are both way too fixated on sex. Interestingly, they give the complete opposite advice. Kiba makes it look like Chizuru wants to just trying to keep him around with the kiss, while Kuri suggests that she was the one who wanted to have sex. Kazuya can't believe either of them. Umi and Ruka do make an interesting pair. As I suspected, Ruka doesn't trust him at all, but he is a sweet talker. He's trying to work his... he's trying to... Fuck me. Oh, sorry. Kuri suggests that, okay, Umi's a sweet talker. He's trying to work his charms on her. I'm glad that we start the volume with two of them right away. The teaser for next time, a shallow person. I'd say their two answers reflect their personalities very well. Kibe was always a pessimistic, nice guy, dude, while Kuri was always a bit more of an optimistic, cocky one, despite his embarrassment phase after Ruka revealed herself. It's a good that Kazuya gets this very different answers. Yeah, Kibe is the nice guy. I actually really like that read. Kibe is the nice guy. Nice guys suck. Sorry to tell you, fellas, nice guys suck. Okay, you don't want to be the nice guy. You want to know why? The nice guy's lying. The nice guy is lying. He pretends to look mature. He pretends to be understanding. He pretends to be respectful. It's an act. He's pretending to be nice. He's the nice guy. You don't want to be the nice guy in the relationship. You want to be the guy in the relationship. You want someone to like you because you're you, not because you're the nice guy. That's Kazuya's problem. In fact, Kazuya, during the date, after the 3-month separation, his conflict was literally that. He was just the nice guy. He didn't want to just be the nice guy. Right? He thought he would always just remain the nice guy. He wasn't, though. So Kibe represents that aspect. Kuri, in contrast, represents Kazuya's cocky, optimistic attitude that is rooted in sex, right? He represents that aspect of Kazuya's character, right? Kibe is Kazuya's pessimism. Kuri is Kazuya's optimism. Both are reflective of Kazuya's character, and both are flaws in their own ways, right? In extremes, they're flaws. Oh, yeah. Go to bed, dude. It's late. Go to bed. Believe it or not, Umi mirroring Mami in this moment. Just like Mami, Umi's going to Ruka to get information about Kazuya and Chizuru, specifically Kazuya, so he can run back to Chizuru and try to win her over. I'm gonna keep reading. You already know how I feel. I disagree with this. You already know how I feel. In doing so, he once again showing just how conniving he can be, and it honestly reminds me of Mommy's behavior. If we go back to the Paradise arc, Mommy became the biggest agitator because she was trying to expose Kazuya and Chizuru. One of the ways she did that was teaming up with Ruka and trying to get her to spill the truth about the fake relationship. No. All she wanted from Ruka was, don't do anything. Just don't do anything. Right? You can have whatever you want, just don't do anything. The difference now is that Reiji can simply repeat the same plot point because too much time has passed and the story has evolved. However, what he can do is use Umi to expose other secrets. The biggest problem for Umi is that he doesn't know the full history between Kazuya and Ruka, or how their relationship even started. What he could potentially uncover, though, is the fact that Kazuya and Chizuru were living together. He already knew this. Something Ruka still doesn't. Oh, you mean he tells Ruka? Okay. Up to the point, Ruka has essentially been settling for second place, but if the secret comes out, it could completely change the dynamic between all three characters. That's why I think these chapters could be laying the foundation for an arc that rivals or even surpasses the Paradise arc. I could be wrong, but I wouldn't be surprised if Umi ends up playing a much larger antagonist role than we've ever seen before. And honestly, I hope it happens because every time Umi gets involved, it somehow ends up pushing Kazuya and Chizuru closer together. Overall, the beginning portion of this chapter is what really piqued my interest because of Kazuya. Though, through his conversation with Curry and Kibe, they both realized just how much he matured. He's matured, and he's not the same person he was at the start of the series. I don't know if that's how I read it. That's not what I read. They don't like how he is right now. Something feels wrong. One of the best examples of this comes as Kazuya is leaving Curry and makes a comment about his hair. To me, that's an allegory for change. It's a visual representation of how Kazuya has grown throughout the story. He's no longer the same insecure, sex-obsessed guy we met at the beginning. Huh. The boy is in love, and that love has inspired him to change, mature, and become a better version of himself. I think we're reading the wrong manga. Think we're reading the wrong manga. They don't like Kazuya's hair. They think it's ugly. And Kazuya's hair represents a false change. Okay, I'm going to just stop reading this. This person's like... I also got the feeling that last week's big wave felt similar to the watershed line that opened up the Hawaiians arc. To me, it feels like what will follow will be a very similar tumultuous time. I mean, I already said this. I already said, like, this is directly paralleling Hawaiians. Like, it's not even subtle. Like, it's even a continuation of Hawaiians, if you will. Oh yeah, what's y'all's delusional take on the state of play today? What do you think we're gonna get? By telling Chizuru he will wait forever, Kazuya unintentionally positions himself as a static object entirely dependent on her choice. That's because she gave him an ultimatum. She will do research and give him an answer, but she never really did so. Now we're running in circles. If someone won't break the cycle, they won't really move anywhere. Kazuya waits and Chizuru stalls. Kazuya, if you expect romance from Rent-A-Girlfriend, but now is the worst time. We are getting romance, so this is a rom-com. It is discussing romance. And that's not really true. Chizuru did not give him an ultimatum. Chizuru did not give him an ultimatum. I win. She just said, I would give you an answer, don't worry. That's not an ultimatum. She never told him he couldn't act or he couldn't do anything. The research was a mistake, absolutely. There was no ultimatum. She will do research and give him an answer, but she really but that's not an ultimatum. Like I don't think you can call that an ultimatum. That's not an ultimatum. An ultimatum is when you're forced into a choice. You either do what I want or that's it, get fucked. I think those who diss anime are real awkward weirdos in real life. Who what? I'm a little confused about what you're saying. Try manga. You might as well be the one. It's pretty good. You might as well be the one. It is pretty good too if you have time. You might as well be the one. Copy. Oh, it's on K manga. Cool. The ideal romance. Ooh, sexy characters. I do like sexy characters. Sometimes, not always. You know. It's cute. A little short too. It's only 25. Oh, it's only. Or wait, how long is this? What the fuck? These are weird chapter titles. 25-1, 25-2. That's a weird set of chapter titles. What the fuck? Greetings. September 3. Oh, greetings. Spider-Man 3, KH4, Final Fantasy 7 Remake Part 3, VF6. Oh, Virtual Fighter 6. Oh, I did ask for delusional take, so this is fine. Dead or Alive 7, Uncharted Resistance 4. Oh, Uncharted and Resistance 4. Midnight Club Remaster, PS All-Stars Battle Royale 2. Like any of these, but here's my Delulu state of play games. Well, wait, isn't Virtual Fighter like Virtual Fighter's a thing? Spider-Man 3 is absolutely possible. But that doesn't make much sense because they're currently working on Wolverine. So they wouldn't be making Spider-Man 6 right now. I don't know what you want from Uncharted. Because the people who make Uncharted are making the weird new game for whoever what's his fucking faces. Resistance 4, dude, I haven't seen Resistance in ages, man. I have not seen Resistance in ages. Midnight Club Remaster, I don't know that one. I'm sorry. PS All Stars, dude, PS All Stars. I fucking remember that shit. I think I think Final Fantasy 7 Remake Part 3 is either going to show up in Game Fest, or maybe here. Probably Game Fest, I'm going to be real. KH4 also has some low possibility. It's low, but it's there. Virtual Fighter 6 is also possible, right? The rest, I have no clue. Okay, I might need a. Oof. I'm trying to like reset. Ugh. I think I've like absorbed too much information. I've absorbed like way too much information. Oh, and I wasn't recording it. Damn it. I don't have a native recording. That's annoying. What can you do? I like having a native recording on my system so that way like something happens with the stream, it's still there. But unfortunately, I don't have a native recording. I would say Marvel Tokon, Marvel's Wolverine, and yeah, Spider-Man. Well, Wolverine is guaranteed. Spider-Man less so because the same people who made Spider-Man are making Wolverine. So it doesn't make sense. Marvel Tokon, possibly. Marvel Tokon makes sense. If this is a KH4 announcement, you might as well do the Muscle Man thing and throw your shirt around, lol. Maybe. I'll probably jump, dude. If there's KH4 news, I'll fucking jump, dude. Okay. Let's see if JoJo said anything. I'll come back in a little bit. It's as if Minnie's cheering sticks are illuminating Umi because the color on the opposite side of him is normal. Or maybe I'm just seeing things. No, you're right. The chapter title is interesting. Usually the chapter titles kind of reflect how Kazuya sees the people involved. But Umi being already categorized as an enemy is interesting. Oh yeah, I'll donate $100 if there's a KH4 announcement. Don't do it. You're gonna regret it, bro. As much as I would like the extra $100, you're gonna regret making that statement if you don't have the money. Crumpy did the translations. Crumpy did the translations for the title. Okay, so Crumpy says it's the same thing as last chapter's next time. Ooh, okay, so it's not simply two enemies sharing a boat. Rather, it is it is a specific phrase that like I forgot the phrase like comes from China, I think. Right, the phrase does mean that bitter enemies in the same boat, rivals finding themselves together by chance, strange bedfellows. That is the title, but it is what Mute wrote the other day. So let me pull that up. Okay, I guess I should write about 427. Well, okay, hold on. Let's pull up the thing Mute said first, and then I'll talk about the other thing. Okay, so Mute said the teaser for next time. Translate to English. We Yu Zong Hu. The meaning is enemies cooperating for a common purpose. It would be a mistake to interpret this as Umi and Ruka are working together to break up Chizuru and Kazuya. If that were the case, they wouldn't be enemies. Umi wants to help Chizuru and blah blah blah. The common goal is to clarify the relationship between Ruka and Kazuya. Good call. As things stand, neither Chizuru nor Ruka can move forward. The common goal is Umi and Ruka stand at the table to talk. If Umi were to say something like, the phrase right here. Wu and Yui sharing a boat is an ancient Chinese stories and idioms. Originally, it meant cooperating with each other even if they are on bad terms or in a hostile relationship for the sake of a common difficulty or goal. By extension, also it is widely used to describe a situation where two people are in a bad terms happen to be in the same place. Okay, so they just happen to be in the same place. So it's not guaranteeing they're going to work together. Sharing a boat with Wu and Yu. The idiom gotsu doshi means that even those who are in bad terms will cooperate to avoid a common enemy or disaster. Furthermore, in Japan, it is also used as a common misuse to describe a situation where two people are in bad terms or in the same place. It is also used as a common misuse. So people misattribute it. Though the people of Wu and Yu harbored animosity towards each other, when they were in the same boat and encountered a storm, they helped each other like two hands. The people of Wu and Yu are in very dire terms, but they happen to be in the same ship and caught a gust of wind that threatens to capsize. They cooperate as if they were two hands working together to overcome the crisis. What if the title is a red herring? You think Ruka might cooperate with Umi. What if this is a parallel to Hawaiians and how in Hawaiians someone needed to cooperate with someone else to make something work? You know, because the whole thing about Hawaiians was like two characters caught up in like a storm, if you will. Who knows? It's kind of hard to tell. We'll see. Kind of hard to tell. In this way, he taught that even those who are in bad terms will cooperate to defeat a common enemy, in this case, a powerful nation if one appears. Weird. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. That is cool. Maybe Reiji is leveraging that the term is being misused. Okay. Let me make a quick post about this chapter. What do I want to say? It's a chapter that appears like filler. It's like filler. It has so much going on. Kibe's weird words. Superficial words. Or an act as a thesis of sorts. One contradicted by Umi. Curry, in contrast, introduces that is contradicted. Would you say, okay, so what was Curry's theory? Curry said, you kissed. At the end of the date, she engaged it. You dumbass, why did you push her down right then? Sex isn't the hardest thing for women, it's kissing. That's contradicted. Ruka contradicts his framing. Kissing is not the hardest part. No. Because Ruka is literally the antithesis of his words. I was wondering what was going on. Umi contradicts Kibe's thesis. Ruka contradicts Curry's thesis. Curry, in contrast, is another theory that is contradicted by Ruka. Oh, I'm piecing shit together today. Their understanding and ours is false. Not theory, thesis. Oh, Crumpy has something else to say. It supposedly comes from the art of war. The phrase for this for today's episode or today's chapter comes from the art of war. Are you fucking serious? That's Chizuru's goddamn book. That's Chizuru's goddamn book. That's Chizuru's goddamn book, brother. The Art of War. Okay. Wow. Interesting. Huh. Makes you wonder if Chizuru is going to be the one who's actually chromaing on the Alliance of Sorts. Johan, are you already discussed by this chapter's cover page? Have I already discussed it? Have I already talked about it? Is that what you're saying? I talked about it briefly. Is there something you want to add? Here, I gotta turn on the heating, or sorry, not the heating, the cooling a little bit. Okay, we're back. I changed my chair. I removed the background. Oh, this is nice. This is nice. Oh man, my butt was killing me. It feels like Kazuya is running out of time. Oh, he ran out of time a while ago. He ran out of time a hot minute ago. Or I better think Crumpy. Oh. Chizuru suffers from the Mark Grayson curse. Every time she tries to do the right thing, she only makes things worse. No. No. No, I don't really see it. I think that's more like Kazuya. I think that's more like Kazuya. That seems like a better descriptor for Kazuya. Damn, my voice is not working. Damn. Yeah. So the title of the chapter is a trick. Yeah, pretty much. Maybe someone else will team up, right? Or maybe it really is Ruka and Umi. Who knows? Maybe that's how Umi sees it, right? Umi sees them as two people in the same boat, so that they'll team up. When in reality, that's not the case. Ruka won't actually ever team up with him because she didn't team up with Ruka. Why the fuck would she team up with Umi? Now there is some interesting stuff we do got to get into here. Absolutely. There's a lot of subtext I did not read properly, so we're probably gonna reread the chapter a little carefully, and we're gonna look into that subtext a little bit. But first, I gotta eat myself an orange. Watch YouTube get like freaked out that I'm like using a knife to peel an orange. Oh no, you're carrying a dangerous weapon. Where? Why not take a break? I'm taking a chill break here. Like I'm with you guys. I'm not like immediately doing anything. I'm just like taking like a mini break. That's pretty much what I'm doing. It doesn't matter if Umi can turn Ruka on his side. Umi will find a way to use her or word trap her. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. It doesn't feel like Umi's trying to use her. It doesn't feel like Umi is trying to use her. That's not quite my read of the situation. He wants something. But it doesn't feel like he's trying to use her. It feels like it's ironically the opposite. It feels like it's ironically the opposite. She's defensive that he's trying to use her, when he very well might not be trying to. Wow, that's kind of bland. It's a bland fucking orange. Maybe this isn't like ripe because it feels kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for? It's fine. Wow, I actually already do feel better. That's wild. The magic of food, dude. It'll actually help you. Pro tip. don't just eat protein. You need fiber. Your body needs many different nutrients, not simply just protein. Umi may be thinking he needs to protect Chizuru from Kazuya the Stalker and slash player, which is very ironic. Which is really fucking ironic. If that is Umi's intent, it is irony incarnate. If that is Umi's intent, it is irony incarnate and would be so thematically fitting because so many readers, so many people who interact with this manga on such a superficial basis literally view Kazuya as a scumbag. They do. So many people view Kazuya as a scumbag. The story's going out of its way to like frame Kazuya as like a what is it? Like a what's the word I'm looking for? Like a victim, with the only exception being last chapter. With the only exception being last chapter, where it like really committed to the goal of Kazuya becoming the villain. You know, the hero is dead. That's kind of the idea of last chapter. The hero is dead. And now it's like, okay, he's the villain. Oh. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. Okay, sorry. Let's read some of the chat as I wake the fuck up a little bit. Okay. That would have been true if you were still in Hawaiians, but more has happened to make that not so. I have a feeling Ruka is going to have an ultimatum choice that involves Kazuya and Chizuru, and it will most likely end with Ruka, Kazuya breaking up, freeing him to a degree that could help him move forward. Don't think so. I think dude, you know what would be a good fucking reversal? Chizuru is the one who lies saying they were dating the whole time. Flip Hawaiians on its head. She lies saying they were dating the whole time. That'd be funny. And Ruka lets them so Kazuya doesn't get hurt anymore. Right, they all rally to protect him. That'd be kind of cool. Okay, you're getting fucking done with this shit every time. Without exception. Every time. Account created an hour ago. Get the fuck out. Every time. My headphones have broken. Please, text me in chat. Account created an hour ago. Okay. Do you think that Chizuru will be mad at Kazuya when she knows what happened with Ruka? Me personally, I don't think so. If she sees it for what it is, she'll be like, bro, you were fucking assaulted. What the fuck? It'd be funny if after the meeting with Ruka, the result that Umi gets out of this would be nothing because he already lost. I wish it were that simple. Umi is entering the bad territory. His curiosity turned into love, how it's turned into obsession. Yes and no. It's ironically not about Chizuru. I don't believe he's lying. It's not about Chizuru. He's not doing this for Chizuru. He's claiming he's doing it for Chizuru. It's about Kazuya. It's always been about Kazuya. Like, just like Kazuya, Chizuru is his excuse. Just like Kazuya, Chizuru is his excuse. Umi is Kazuya's dark mirror. Since Umi is still such a blank slate, it could be anything. He's not a blank slate. His character is characterized incredibly subtly. So you can't really figure him out, you know? Umi contacting Ruka was like mommy contacting Nagomi. He is starting to pull the strings the way mommy did. No. Umi contacting Ruka is Umi contacting it's Mami contacting Chizuru. Umi contacting Kazuya is Mami contacting Nagomi. Why? Because Chizuru, see what I mean? So see, he Chizuru contacted him, which led to him contacting Kazuya, which then led to him contacting Ruka. Mami was not structured this way. Mami interacts with Chizuru, which results in her interacting with Nagomi, which then results in her interacting with Chizuru. That was the structure. In this particular case, it's kind of flipped on its head. Umi's contacted by Chizuru to be rejected, leading him to contact Kazuya, which then leads him to contact Ruka. Him meeting Ruka in this chapter is not like meeting Nagomi. It's ironically like meeting Chizuru. Or maybe a bit of both. Maybe it's Nagomi and Chizuru because Ruka is Nagomi. So there's absolutely a hidden parallel there. Let's see. The image gives me chasing down the airplane vibe. Oh, Kazuya running? Yeah, I can see it. After the chapter, I'm 100% convinced Kibe will be bald at the wedding. Bald? What do you mean? Like, he's gonna fuck or is he gonna be drunk? I don't know what bald means. Oh, like, do you mean like he's gonna not have hair? I don't know. A tiger won't chase a prey. He is going to lose. He is waiting for the chance to strike at the right moment. That is what Umi is doing. Okay, I mean, I can see that. But would Kazuya not be the prey? I don't know, man. I don't know. So Ruka could contact Chizuru. It looks like he lost more hair. Who, Kibe? Let's look at him in the chapter. Yeah, kinda. I was thinking for a month that July 11th date not going to happen due to lots of things needing to be addressed. The uncomfortable truth, and with MC addressing the issues as well. That's who he is. Okay, stop characterizing Umi. You don't know who the fuck he is. I'm getting really tired of this. I've warned you before. Stop. You don't know who he is. You don't know who he is. You have a very superficial interpretation of Umi's character. We don't really know who he is. We have assessments of his character, and Reiji is actively leveraging fucking appearances. Dude, you're saying this is who Umi is, and Reiji is like, yes, this is what I want you to believe, you stupid fucking idiot. Reiji's literally feeding you information to believe this. Ruka believes this. And she's wrong. Because Ruka is not able to see the hidden truth. Umi represents the hidden truth that she doesn't fucking know. Okay. From the top. There we go. We got 2 hours until the event. Right, we got 2 hours until the event. I'm gonna change the music. I kind of want something else to listen to. It's just been like Final Fantasy boss music behind my ear the whole time. I'm kind of tired of listening to it. Maybe no music, actually. Oh, maybe no music, actually. Huh. What did I pin? Unpin this message? I pinned something on here. My bad. Okay. Oh, it's kind of nice actually. Nothing on my ears anymore. Oh, freedom. Oh, wonderful freedom. The divine intervention from Kazuya's friends is definitely coming. Kibe being in the sidelines could be ending, but I ask you that mommy angle is going to turn to a big deal with Kibe and Curry soon. You know what I think is going to happen with mommy's family? I think mommy's family is going to get involved because of Kazuya, and they're going to like be out to get him or something and be suspicious of him. So I could definitely see that. Mommy's family getting involved because of Kazuya, bro. That would make some sense, especially with the Steins Gate reference. Like it would make some sense. Mommy's family getting fucking involved and they hurt someone or something. Well, that's not out of the ballpark. It'd be interesting if mommy's actions come and catch up to her. Oh, Kefka Ultimate Watch Party. I guess I'll put that in the background. Okay. Let's see. So let me read what else people said. Try listening to Dark Dream. What's Dark Dream? Is that a song? What is that? We all need to know what really happened in the Tiger's Den to fill out Umi's character. Yeah, I mean, we need more context on the Tiger's Den, absolutely. Like there's just we didn't know his intent and what he was doing. But to me, it did feel like he was feeling Kazuya out and he wanted to know if Kazuya was sincere. Like that was my read of the situation, you know? That was my read of the situation of the Tiger's Den. He was trying to feel Kazuya out and see if he was sincere. However, Umi himself is kind of an insincere person, and so he sees insincerity in other things and then projects them onto Kazuya. That could make some sense, in my opinion. It literally could be an inverted mommy. Like seriously, it really could just be an inverted mommy. Mommy at the start of the series was jealous of Chizuru. Chizuru was everything mommy thought she wasn't. And then she realizes, oh, Chizuru is a rental girlfriend. So suddenly mommy becomes justified in her dislike of this person, because they're no longer who they appear to be on the surface. And she feels justified in her hatred. I think that aligns well perfectly with Umi, that Umi initially liked Kazuya. He was positive in that regard. And then something happened that gave him the inclination Kazuya might not be such a good person. I don't fucking know. That is my guess for now. I mean, Jojo Maniacal even had something similar to what I believed. Not quite the same. He thought Umi was like planning everything. I disagree with that front. I don't think Umi's planning nearly as much as you think he is. I think he's just reacting. For a lot of it. Also, someone's saying that we're 2 volumes away from both MCs starting today, but it's too early for that happening. And no contact thing is gonna backfire potentially. Umi Ruka team up if Ruka agrees to do. No, I don't think so. From here on 2 volumes until they date, I'm really not too sure. I mean, things are kicking into gear, so I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if the arc will end in them dating. It's gonna build a new foundation of them being together. But if you want to read that as dating, feel free to. I don't know. The official ending song from Lord of the Mysteries. Oh, I think I've heard of that anime. Wasn't Gyok like glazing the shit out of it? I think he was. Why did Umi say to Chizuru at the Tiger's Den, though? Well, we know he confessed, at the very least. Maybe that's all it was. But what would be cool about the Tiger's Den, in my opinion, what would be cool about the Tiger's Den is a bit of a reframing happening, where it's not so much what he said to Chizuru in that moment, but what he was thinking and doing and why he said it. I think that would be more interesting than what he said to Chizuru. I think, in my opinion, I think if Reiji goes that direction, it would be far more interesting than telling us what Umi said, why Umi said to Chizuru what he said to Chizuru. You know, like we get the Tiger's Den from his perspective. We get when Umi was out with Chizuru from his perspective. I think that's the biggest thing about Umi's character. Umi, out of the entire cast, like the whole fucking cast, you don't know why he does any of what he does. Why is Tiger's Den so important? To me, it's whatever. It's important for a few different reasons. In particular, it's a prelude to Hawaiians, and it happens right after Kazuya confesses to Chizuru. That's why it's so important. It's the timing. It's the timing of where it happens. It's not so much like if you read the arc in a Void, yeah, it is whatever. If you read the arc in a Void, yeah, it's kind of like okay, like it's just talking about Kazuya's insecurities and him seeing Chizuru's world and what that's like, and it's just about a dude being insecure around her, and he just kind of says whatever. There's no context or reason for the arc. It seems like a bunch of whatever without any of the context. But the moment you introduce the context to the Tiger's Den, it becomes supremely interesting. In particular, if Umi was rejected during the movie arc, why would he confess to Chizuru afterwards? It makes no fucking sense. It makes no fucking sense. So that's what makes the arc so interesting, is that, yeah, on surface level, it's just exploring Kazuya going through like Chizuru's world and kind of being freaked out by it. On the other, there's this interesting characterization underneath it all, not just for Kazuya and Chizuru, but Umi as well. Like, why is Umi acting like this? It makes no fucking sense, right? Your immediate assumption and what you would want to read it as, and I think Reiji knows people would want to read it as this, is that Umi is a player and he's trying to get closer to the girl, and he confessed to her in the background after asking Kazuya these questions. But that doesn't make much sense. Why would Umi ask these questions if he was just going to confess to Chizuru in the background? It makes no fucking sense. Why would Umi do nothing for 3.5 months while Chizuru is not with Kazuya? Again, it doesn't make any fucking sense. So Reiji is leveraging this element of, there's this inherent mystery to this element, and it connects directly to Hawaiians. There is an inherent connection to Hawaiians. It's the way the Tiger's Den plays out is really fascinating. It takes place during the night. It's in Chizuru's world, and it's a place of debauchery, and like it's just filled with these actors who are all fucking fakers. It's literally the worst place you could be. It is like the place where bad shit happens, right? When you read the Tiger's Den, it is the place when bad shit happens. Nothing happens. It just kind of ends with Kazuya finding his feelings for Chizuru. You get to Hawaiians. Hawaiians is a resort. It's a nice place. It takes place during the day, which is Kazuya's world. It's in particular a place he goes to with his family. It is a very personal place for Kazuya. And it is anything but paradise. It is the place where we see one of the worst chapters in the story, like true debauchery in the story. It is the place where Mommy is abusing Chizuru emotionally, right? The thing you think Umi is doing. You literally see Mommy doing it. The characters no longer appear who we think they are, something you would think would happen in an arc like the Tiger's Den. And last but not least, there is the element of betrayal, right? There's the element of betrayal where the person you thought they were betrays you in a way that really hurts you. And then you get to, but in the Tiger's Den, that's where the betrayal should happen. Nothing there. Right? The Tiger's Den is really fucking weird. The Tiger's Den is really, really fucking weird. Because everything bad should happen there. And it doesn't. It acts as an inverse of it acts as an inverse of, what do you call it? The Hawaiians arc, where bad things shouldn't happen, and yet everything bad happens there. That's why the Tiger's Den is so interesting. It is literally constructed the way that it is on purpose. It is constructed the way that it is on purpose. It is intentionally a misleading arc that has a lot going on. Let me read a little bit more of YouTube chat. Umi's just a better, more secretive version of Mommy. She was too out in the open and not as careful, and the charm was always questioning Umi. The charm is never questioned unless it's somebody that sees BS from a mile away. Yes, but maybe on another hand, flip it like this. Umi maybe has nothing to hide. Seems stupid, right? Seems pretty fucking stupid, right? But I would argue Umi's pretty fucking direct. I would argue Umi is like really direct. He doesn't feel like he hides as much as you think he does. You know, like there's times where he hides stuff. Absolutely, I'm not gonna pretend like he doesn't. Like the what is it? The date in the movie arc. You know, he's absolutely hiding something there. It's shitty as fuck. But in his intro at the start of the series, it's actually the opposite. He's a fucking blabbermouth. In his intro at the start of the series, he's kind of a fucking blabbermouth, you know? And Umi seems like the kind of character who hides a secret in plain sight, you know? Whereas Mommy, is hiding a lot from us. You know, Mommy is a character who is very like controlled by her trauma. I don't really get that from Umi. Umi feels like kind of like the opposite, you know? But again, can't be sure. Watch Minnie tell Kibe and Curry bad info only for Minnie to get confused when they get a different conclusion than Minnie did, to absolutely stalk her that she misread everything the entire time. I don't see why she would tell them anything, so I don't see where Minnie would tell them anything. Agreed, it was probably a confession, but it's still hidden for a reason. Yeah, it's why Umi is doing what he's doing, right? Umi leaves things in plain sight, but he doesn't particularly tell us why he's doing what he's doing. That's all. That's Umi's big secret. We don't know his intent. Umi's big secret is we don't know his intent, whereas Mommy's intent is on fucking blast constantly. It's just confusing because it doesn't make sense at first, and then when you understand, but the reason it doesn't make sense is because Mommy herself doesn't make sense. That's why when you read Hawaiians and pre-Hawaiians, Mommy's actions and obsession with Kazuya don't make sense because she doesn't get it. That's why it doesn't make sense, because she doesn't get it. She doesn't know why she's doing what she's doing. That's why it's confusing. Umi is the opposite. You don't get it because he's intentionally not telling you. Umi is the opposite. You don't get it because he's intentionally not telling you. If anything, think of Umi like this. Umi is a perfect depiction of a parasocial relationship. Umi, in my opinion, is a perfect depiction of a parasocial relationship. You don't know him. You don't know this character. You only know him from surface level. You don't know this character. He has kept a perfect wall. You don't know who the fuck this dude is. And that is why he parallels Minnie in a lot of ways, because Minnie very much has a parasocial relationship with us too, but she's not aware of it, whereas Umi very much is. That's kind of the secret brilliance of Umi's character, in my opinion, is that he's an actor, so he keeps a parasocial relationship with us, and that makes it really interesting. Anyways, he said that he didn't ask her for an answer when confessed again at her house. Yes, I remember that. But I agree that what happened at the Tiger's Den is very vague. And I think Reiji might explore what happened in the upcoming chapters. I think Reiji, when he explores this, is going to delve into all of Umi's scenes, not just the Tiger's Den. He's going to talk about why Umi did what he did in the movie arc. Why Umi did what he did in the Tiger's Den, why Umi went to her house, why Umi is doing what he's doing now. And I could see it all like tie into kind of a backstory, if you will, right? That would be like just a quick thing to illuminate Umi's character quickly. That, or that's saved for Chizuru telling us. That, or that is being saved for Chizuru telling us. Specifically because Kazuya needs to ask and he doesn't know. You know, the big thing that is, there's a question that is raised before Kazuya gets into the taxi. There's a very intentional question that is raised before Kazuya gets into the taxi. He doesn't know why Umi confessed to Chizuru and what happened with that. He doesn't know. That is the question that is raised to you right before the arc starts, right before Kazuya tells Chizuru he'll keep waiting. That is the question that is raised to you. You don't know. Why did any of that happen? You don't know. And Reiji is essentially telling us, I'm going to answer that. By the end of this arc, you will learn what that is. That is what he promised. You will learn what that is and what happened and what was the point of that. As a direct parallel to this, you have Ruka doing something to Kazuya that Chizuru is ultimately going to learn about. The same thing with Mami, right? Kazuya is misattributing a lot of Umi's things. Kazuya is misattributing what he needs to learn, to Umi. He wants to know what happened with Umi. Ironically, he needs to learn what happened with Mami. Right? That's ironically what he needs to learn. I knew it from the beginning. Umi is a shitty person. Again, back to the projections. You don't know anything about him. Anyways. Wait, I just remembered. I didn't read chapter 426, but now that I read it, I'm scared that we are in the last phase of Rent-A-Girlfriend. Everybody's saying that. Dude, we're in the final phase of the current nature of Rent-A-Girlfriend. All the story is promising us is that things are going to change after this arc, not that it's going to end. It's just saying this phase of what Rent-A-Girlfriend is going to end. Whether that means it's actually ending as a story, if Reiji's going to do something else, I don't know. Reiji has said multiple times in multiple recent different interviews he wants to draw more. In particular, he wants to depict certain things in the story. So, like, he wants to depict actual Hawaii. He said this. He wants to depict America. He wants to depict, he went to Thailand, so he wants to depict Thailand. He wants to depict Germany. He wants to do more things. So, I don't think the story's just gonna fucking end here. If anything, if I interpret it this way, what I would read it as, and I've said this already, the story's phase of what it is currently doing is going to end, and it will transition to a new kind of story. I'm pretty sure like 95% of Umi, I'm pretty sure Umi kissed Chizuru in Tiger's Den, like I said, from the wiki, both Umi and Mami, and all scenes where Kazuya and near Chizuru and something happened and Chizuru is back. Except nothing happened with Mami. The whole point was that nothing happened with Mami. Mami in that picture was pretending to be Chizuru's friend. She wasn't Chizuru's friend. She convinces Nagomi she's Chizuru's friend. She's not her friend. With Umi is the flip. He tells Kazuya he's his friend, and maybe he actually wants to be his friend. However, something happened in the background that would give you the indication he doesn't want to be his friend. The scenes are opposites, right? Mami is presenting herself as Chizuru's friend when it's a fucking lie. Umi actually seems like he wants to be Kazuya's friend. He takes a picture with him, and then he does something behind his back that makes him indicate he's not his friend. You don't know what to make of it. Again, Rent-A-Girlfriend isn't ending after they start dating. Reiji has significantly more he wants to do with their relationship. Yeah, absolutely. I know, blah, 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 blah. It wouldn't surprise me if Umi had the same mindset as Miho. Actually, it would surprise me. That doesn't seem like Umi's character. Umi is very much a character who's had everything handed to him on a silver platter. Miho isn't. Umi's character is the antithesis of Miho's character. Miho is literally doesn't like Chizuru because she interprets Chizuru as someone who has had everything handed to her on a silver platter. Miho specifically hates that because she doesn't have things handed to her. What she's characterizing in Chizuru is ironically what Umi's character. The point of Umi's character is that he's lucky as fuck. He's had everything kind of fucking handed to him. This acts as a direct parallel to Kazuya's character. Kazuya's character is privileged. Reiji. Look at the fucking Umi character insert into Reiji. You're gonna start believing that shit because I stumble over my words. Reiji said that in the first interview at the back of the volume that Kazuya is a character that is privileged in every way possible. And how in that kind of person you should kind of just, other people would just kind of ignore them and dismiss them as privileged and stupid and idiotic, and they won't call them out on their behavior. Whereas Chizuru does do that. Chizuru calls him out on his behavior, and it helps Kazuya become a better person through her kindness. Umi is a dark reflection of that. Umi is a character who is privileged, who has everything, who can do everything. And yet, no one really calls him out on his behavior. So, nothing really happens to him. He isn't like inherently a bad person. He's just a person who has no one called him out on his behavior or anything. He doesn't think he's doing anything wrong. That's why that attribution to Miho's character does not feel correct. Umi is very, very successful. Everybody likes him. He doesn't need to take a whole bunch of pictures. He doesn't need to edit his face. He just needs to take a picture and post it on social media, and he's good to go. Like, he has everything. So the statement just doesn't really hold up very well. Whereas Miho, Reishi goes out of his way to say she's underprivileged, and specifically because of that, she hates Chizuru, because she believes Chizuru is privileged. Therefore, she's misunderstanding Chizuru's character and doesn't know how hard Chizuru works. And that is the point of that scene between Miho and Chizuru, where they're about to walk into the play. Miho wants to start some shit, and she backs the fuck off because she sees how serious Chizuru is. You start to see that she's nothing but a fucking coward. Whereas Chizuru is actually hardworking and serious, right? She doesn't have the guts to deal with someone who's serious, right? She can't actually handle Chizuru. Chizuru is fucking serious. She can't do anything about that. I have a feeling of the possibility Chizuru might get tricked by Umi. Oh my god, here we go again. Trial dating until she changes her mind about rejecting him, like similar to... Read, idiot. Read. Read, idiot. Read. The text literally says right here, I wanted to convey an absolute sense of finality in Chizuru's rejection of Umi. Read. Fucking hell. Wonder Girlfriend World Tour. I'm down for it. Right? Reiji has hinted at traveling a decent amount. Blah, 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 blah. I still don't think Umi is going to be a villain. Most likely he will stay an observer until he gets all the information and he just moves on. No, I think Umi is an antagonist that is a hero. Umi is a false hero. That is what Umi is, because Kazuya is a false hero. Kazuya is the great demon king. Umi is the white knight who slays the great demon king. That is literally the framing. Umi is the white knight who slays the great demon king. Kazuya's journey as a character is undergoing a broken hero's journey, where right now where we are in the hero's journey is essentially kind of the midpoint / upward turn. In that upward turn, the main character has lost his identity. We have talked about this a significant amount. So where we are in the story right now, okay, go away. We entered the second threshold, the refusal of the return. So, the realm of wild woman and men, right? The realm of wild woman or men, the refusal of the return. Okay. So, the second threshold, we already read this. The return. It is here that after the horror and ill-gotten victory over the second threshold that the hero begins his return to the light. Visually, what did we just see? The hero returns to the school, right? The hero returns to the school where we were before. And what are we seeing, right? He has returned to the light. Kazuya is in light. We literally visually see it. But the return is not without its hurdles. The hero, at this point, so devastated at what he's become, loses hope in his quest and himself. Okay? We can kind of see some of this stuff too. She's constantly shows me, right? Mizuharu's not that kind of girl. She's not. He's kind of losing hope in his quest. He runs off. He runs into Kuri, and Kuri says these things to him, and Kazuya dismisses him. And then he runs off again. But he's absolutely losing faith in his quest. Right? Okay. At this point, the hero feels the urge to quit and abandon the journey to someone else more worthy. Umi magically shows up. How fitting. His companions, with their good intentions, try to persuade the hero out from his guilt. Kuri and Kibe are literally talking to Kazuya. They're not doing that inherently, right? It's kind of a flip. Literally, like I said, it's a broken hero's journey, so it's not happening literally as intended. Kazuya isn't quitting. But he's having his doubts, right? He's clearly having his doubts. His companions try to persuade the hero from his guilt. You see Kibe and Kuri literally trying to do these things, technically speaking, right? They're like, no, you know, this is that and this is that, and like you shouldn't feel bad and blah 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 blah. And even though they're literally incorrect, but no avail. Then the time comes when the hero is so distraught with himself that he leaves his companions and the quest. Technically, he kind of ran off here. Along with only his thoughts and his guilt, it is in the landscape of self-regret that the hero may be helped by his mentor. So Minnie may very well return next chapter, right? Minnie may very well return next chapter. And she is the false mentor. Remember, Minnie is the false mentor. Or some supernatural force, and brought back to the realization about the importance of his quest, his life, and his purpose. Minnie's probably going to do that, right? She's going to like give him the false hope to keep moving forward, if you will. And from this contemplation, the hero, with all his scars of his past actions, heals himself and returns to the group and quest. The hero returns with a new determination, compassion, and will that can only have been forged in the hottest and most ferocious of flames. With his newly tempered will, he journeys to the third threshold. Okay. So, let's read here really quick. Refusal of the return, realm of the wild woman or men, rescue from without, death of dreams. So I would say we are around here. Refusal of the return, realm of wild woman or men. This is kind of where we are. Rescue from without is going to happen soon, I bet. In particular, enemies in the same boat. Enemies in the same boat. So in this is a really interesting direction for a few reasons. Umi and Kazuya are having their own different heroes' journeys. Umi's is kind of happening in the background. Kazuya's is happening in the foreground. Kazuya's broken hero's journey contrasts Umi's like false hero's journey, right? Where, you know, he's dealing with like these false things. He enters the second threshold and he changes. Umi looks like a hero, right? Umi's very much framed as the hero. Kazuya is like the broken hero, you know. He's undergoing a journey he's already undergone, so this journey is a false one. It's not a real one. Whereas Umi is undergoing what looks to be the true hero's journey, but it's a bunch of fucking nonsense. So that's kind of where we are. That's kind of how I read the situation. Okay. Rag, but just recreating the plot of Coming to America. Mitaka tricked Kyoko in Ikoku. I mean, he did that before in the movie arc. He can do that again. Blah, blah, blah. The only positive I can see on Umi is that he's just asking Ruka what kind of person Kazuya is. He didn't even ask about that. He wants to know what her relationship with Kazuya is. He doesn't need to ask what kind of person Kazuya is. He never actually mentions that. He's fishing for info from both Chizuru and Kazuya. Chizuru chooses Kazuya, and he's asking why him. No, I think he has his own beliefs and ideas, but let's worry about that later. Umi's entire point is here it brings Kazi and Chizuru closer together. Every time he shows up, he seems to do that. Yes. But I don't think he knows he's doing this. But Umi's role has always been like a kind of messy support, you know, and he's a character that represents hidden truths, you know, hidden uncomfortable truths. That's, in my opinion, that's maybe more of Umi's true role, a character who represents hidden uncomfortable truths. And when we address those uncomfortable truths, we get closer. So I think that's more so like a fitting, like he's a support through conflict. That's kind of what Umi is. He's a support through conflict. Umi's entire point is he brings conflict. What the fuck are you saying? What do you mean? Me or Bulver? Bulver is correct. Every time Umi shows up, they get closer. Like, he's not even wrong. Basically, I'm saying about this positive thing about Umi is he became interested on Kazuya and the guy Chizuru chose to face wholeheartedly after being not seeking something romantic. Kazuya is more so quitting on the idea rather than the act itself. Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. Also, Umi noticed wrong in their relationship of not being together, closer but not dating. Everything that to Umi seemed impossible. Well, yeah, doesn't it literally read like stringing along? How can you kiss someone and not be dating them? Right? And Kazuya doesn't say, yeah, I feel the same way. So Umi is just like, oh, this dude kind of sus as fuck. So Umi seeks answers here. Oh, I don't know. Anyways, we talked about that. Okay, how are we doing on time? Oh my god, it's already 1. Holy fuck. It's already 1 o'clock, dude. Wow. It's already 1 o'clock, dude. We are getting there. Is Chizuru sitting on a lawn chair? No, it's not. No, it's not. I was literally thinking of the Virgil meme. I was literally thinking of the Virgil meme. I'm not even fucking sorry. I'm not even fucking sorry. Max is already live too. I know. I'll watch Max after us. So I'm gonna watch it with you guys, and then I'll watch Max afterwards. Should I bother switching to a second stream? I probably should. It's probably a good idea. I'll just switch to a second stream. Here, I'll make the thumbnail right now so we don't waste any time. I'll make the thumbnail right now so we don't waste any time. And I'll just schedule it like right now too, so we can just turn it off and turn it back on. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Oh, this was the thing I was going to check out later. State of play. Open. Come on. All right. Save image. Put it in downloads. Okay. State. I'm trying to write. Chill. State of play. Okay. Okay, I'll just make this the thumbnail. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward, not complicated. Easy peasy. All right. I'm gonna channel content. Let's create, go live, schedule a stream. Schedule stream. Create new. Let's watch the state of play. The June state of all right. All right. Visibility. And let's schedule it for 1:45. Done. Okay, all set up. And then let me go back to you guys. All set. Oof. Whew. Okay. So let me turn off the sound that I had running in the background. Stupendous. Oh yeah, I gotta check the Discord. So 2 Discords to check. Can't wait for Rent a Girlfriend to have the first consensual sexual act between 2 actual people. Couple more years. Okay. So nothing interesting. Jorg said shared something. So what did Jorg share? English. Sun Tzu's The Art of War. Yeah, I already saw this. Yeah, Sun Tzu's Art of War is considered the earliest book on strategy and remains one of the most important works on the subject. Precise dates of its creation are unknown, but it is believed to have been written around 500 BC. Even today, it remains essential reading for East Asian managers and military strategists worldwide. The book describes the necessity of employing all available resources and flexibility to achieve objectives, providing practical guidance. Divided into 13 chapters and 68 theses, it addresses a wide range of aspects of war preparation and conduct, as well as their underlying conditions. Yeah. So this chapter is very much Art of War. Yo, Art of War. If there's anything Bloodborne related, Max's jaw will be on the floor and he might cry. No, you clearly weren't listening. He's going to shit a live chicken. You clearly have not been listening. He is going to shit a live chicken. I'm using his goddamn words. Max is going to shit a live chicken. Let's continue. I always see this thing and my brain decides to narrate it, lol. Those who seek total freedom must cast themselves into an abyss of their own making to see what life doesn't guarantee you to understand. That what it does give is enough reach out. That what it does give is enough reach out your own hands and seize the light and be reborn like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Where the fuck is this from? Where the fuck is this from? Sounds fancy. I think you should put FF7 on the thumbnail in case it does get revealed. I don't think it will. I don't think it will. I don't think it will. Check out From Me to You. Oh yeah, I gotta read that too. I forgot all about that. I'll add that to the list. I'll put it right here. From Me to You. Yeah. I've seen it before. I've seen this cover, absolutely. It has an anime? Wild. It has a fucking anime. Or not an anime, live action. No shit, it probably has an anime. I'm fucking stupid. It's a live action. Dumb brain go dumb. Ugh. My own ADHD brain made that up, lol. Oh. I doubt it. I don't fucking believe you. I don't fucking believe you. I would love to trust you, but you and Bacon have left me very unsure. That's too sophisticated. Reiji parallels with Beauty and the Beast make a lot of sense. Gaston is Umi and the hunter who wants to frame the beast. Kazuya as the villain and win the favor of Bel Chizuru. But is he really Gaston? I mean, maybe. Is he really Gaston? Maybe. But Reiji has yet to make it like an overt parallel to Beauty and the Beast. You know? Maybe Umi is the hero only to find out he's Gaston. Maybe that's more fitting. Just as Kazuya thinks he's the hero only to find out he's the Demon King. I think that makes a little more sense. In my opinion, that makes a little more sense. Right? He's not actually Gaston. He doesn't think he's Gaston. Only to realize he became Gaston. Which fits in line with every other character, you know? The thematic idea behind every character is literally they don't view themselves as the villain and they become the villain. That is literally the point of the characters. I'm going to say I just started a certain magical index and it's great. I tried starting magical index. I never got into it. Johan, do you remember the ending of 13 where Chizuru was reaching out towards the moon? 13? You keep missing swings, bro. Who's missing what swings? What are we talking about? I'm confused. Boy, the things Bacon has said to me recently are kind of concerning. Bacon writes some interesting stuff. That is for sure. What's swings? I'm confused. Faye, is Nintendo also doing something this week? It's not guaranteed. I think they said they would do something in June, but they didn't say when in June. So I don't know. I know it's PlayStation, Game Fest, Xbox, and then Nintendo. We don't know when. We don't know when Nintendo is. It's not stuff he writes. It's like actual stuff. He sounds kind of off, lol. Huh. I don't know what to tell you, bud. I'm sorry. I hope he's okay. Johan, did you notice that number 13 appears both in the new season's visual, where Scissor's reaching out her hand, and is in the book? I wonder if there's a connection between them. Oh, yeah, that's like There is a connection. I forgot the exact meaning of the book on Chizuru's thing, but it does have the number 13. And don't forget number 13. Number 13 in Japan doesn't have a whole bunch of connotations, but in the West it has a very negative connotation. So like outside of Japan, 13 has a very negative connotation. And considering Reiji knows this, he's put 13 in different places. He put 13 like when Chizuru goes to. So here, hold on. So there's an interesting parallel between two particular scenes. One, when Mami goes to Chizuru's work, or sorry, when Mami goes to Kazuya's work with Chizuru, in like chapter 47, I think is when it happens. Yeah, so 47, Kazuya's like sitting outside. Number 13. So Mami and Chizuru enter room number 13. This is not a coincidence for a few different reasons. One, do you know when Mami's born? One, do you know when Mami is born? Mami is born on November 13th. Mami is born on November 13th. 13 is a number directly connected to Mami. Why? Mami's last name is Seven Seas. 13 and 7. Okay. Now hold that phone, buds. Hold that phone, buddy. Hold on. $408. What room is Numi under? 17. 13 and 17. That's a weird pairing. Mami's last name has 7 in it. So why is Umi's room have also 7 in it? It's almost like Umi's kind of a flip of Mami. Right? 1 and 7. 1 and 3. We have no idea when Umi's birthday is. Actually, I'm curious now. If it's the 17th, it's going to be so funny. Umi Nakano. He's like never. Umi Nakano birthday. October 10th. Okay. October 10th, I guess. I don't know where they got it. Reishi's never mentioned it. I don't know where the fuck they got it, but October 10th, I guess. 10-10. Oh my god, he's a 10 out of 10. He's a 10 out of 10. That's so funny. October 10th. Oh, he's a 10 out of 10. That is so funny. Oh, that shit got me, dude. What? That shit fucking got me, dude. What? He's a 10 out of 10. Oh, that got me. What the fuck? If this is real, I am in fucking awe. That's hilarious. If his birthday's actually 10-10. He's a 10 out of 10, bro. Oh, that's hilarious. That's genuinely funny. That's genuinely funny. But I do find it interesting that Umi's number is 17 and Mami's number is 13, as if those numbers quite literally complete each other. It's as if Mami's number and Umi's number quite literally complete each other because they are literally the two halves of the same coin. Let's see if 17 has a positive connotation in Japan. 17 number Japan. Hmm. 17 is not considered a lucky number in Japan. And In traditional Japanese culture, 17 holds no special auspicious meaning. In fact, superstitious regarding numbers only focus on avoiding bad luck. If you're looking for Japan's true... Okay, let's look up if what people think of... Is 17 lucky? Is 17 lucky? Why does it say a lucky? Whether 17 is lucky depends entirely on the culture and tradition. While it is often celebrated as highly fortunate number in Italy and spiritual practices, it is considered highly unlucky in other regions. In Italy, 17 is considered a very lucky number. The Roman numeral 17 is blank, which can be rearranged to form the word... Okay. In Latin, this translates to "I have lived," implying one's life is already complete, which brings peace and good fortune. In European traditions, it's bad luck because the association with death in Italy. Some European cultures also view 17 as an unlucky digit, similar to how the number 13 is viewed in the United States. Okay. Numerology. Numerology's dumb. In spiritual and numerology circles, 17 is called the Star of the Magi. It is widely considered a lucky number associated with spiritual growth, resilience, and the reward of past efforts. It combines the pioneering drive of the number 1 and the spiritual wisdom of the number 7. The only thing that I found interesting from this is the Star of the Magi. That's it. The only thing I found interesting from this is the Star of the Magi. Why number 17 is there in Umi's thing, I have no clue. The only association I can immediately give to it is that the Tiger's Den took place in chapter 175 upwards. Or sorry, it's 176 and upwards. That's the only association I can put, and that makes some sense because what happens is that you literally see people from the Tiger's Den when Umi goes visiting. Right. This chapter where we see Umi right here in room 17, when we cut to Chizuru, who do we see? These people were from that. These people were from like chapter 50 and up. They were in the play Chizuru was at, and these people were from the Tiger's Den. These people were specifically from the Tiger's Den. There's a number 4 right next to them, which is really interesting. And then here you see the first Venus, and this place is called Nakano Center. So that to me is the association with the number 17. I don't know why else it is there. Maybe there is some subtle hidden meaning we don't know. But I just wanted to point that out. I found that interesting. Like, Mommy gets the numbers 13. Umi gets the number 17. 17 seems to be mostly lucky. You know, except for European traditions, it seems to be mostly a lucky number. I mean, it has the number 7 in there, and 7 is a lucky number. Whereas Mommy is an unlucky number. 3 in particular is associated with Kazuya's character. That is literally Kazuya's other room number, so Mommy is literally associated with Kazuya in that regard, right? In contrast, numbers. What number is Kazuya? Kazuya's number is 3 because he's in room 203. So that number is associated with him. Number 5 is also associated with Kazuya because of Gude. Gude lived in room 5. Kazuya lives in room 203, 2 and 3. There you go. So those two numbers seem to be associated with Kazuya. The numbers associated with Chizuru are 2 and 4. 9 also seems to have a connection to Chizuru as well. Why? 2, because the cat phrase, what is it? Nyan, 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 nyan. You say 2 3 times, it sounds like a cat. So nyan, 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 nyan. 4, because the number is associated with death in Japan. So literally Chizuru's life is rooted in death. Her living in 204 literally reflects that. Sayuri's number when she's dying is literally 204. So that was already hinting that Chizuru's grandma was gonna fucking die. And then last but not least, 9 is kind of a paired number with number 4 because 9 is the number of sorrow. So 9 is very much has this connotation of sorrow and pain. So usually when you pair 9 with 4, it can be read like painful death. There's also number 1. Number 1's in her last name, Ichi, which reflects her. She's literally number 1. So it literally reflects Chizuru. Ichi no se. Ichi. It's literally there. That's the number those are the numbers that I believe are associated with Chizuru. It's 1, 2, 4, 9. With Kazuya, it's 3, and 5, and I think 8 as well, because 8 is the number in what do you call it? 8 is the number that is brain work. 8 is the number that has like a connection to Buddhism. And it's also a number associated with Mini. So those numbers kind of make sense. And then 6 is also associated with Kazuya for a very particular reason. 6 is a boring number. And Kazuya is born on June 1st. So Kazuya has this connotation to number 6 because 6 is a boring number, whereas 5 is like kind of a lucky number. So 3 is lucky, 5 is lucky, 6 is boring. Kazuya also has 1 in there. So he's like technically secretly number 1, I guess. Because June 1st. And then what is it? And we said 8. 8 is more so like an indirect connotation to Kazuya, specifically because 8 has the connotation of growth, and it's connected to Buddhism. And there is this entire thing with Kazuya's family and Buddhism. So that's why that 8 is like attached to Kazuya. 8 is, of course, also connected to Minnie's character because it's literally in her name. Her last name is Eightfold Forest. Minnie also has the connotation with number 2, specifically because she's also a cat. So the nyan nyan nyan, that's literally from Minnie too. Minnie's also born at the same month as Chizuru, so there's also that other connotation. They're supposed to be parallels. They're both the girl next door. They're both actors in a sense because Minnie is a cosplayer and Minnie is a YouTuber. The list kind of goes on and on. It's kind of cool. And then Mommy's number is 7 and 13. Those are Mommy's numbers. A 7 because of her last name, 13 because of her birthday. Umi doesn't really have numbers. But 7 is an interesting 17 is an interesting number to have, you know. So I can see that. I could see Umi like I don't think Umi has numbers. It's just 17 seems to be connected to him. So yeah, I don't know. I'm hearing the bird outside like losing their shit. I wonder if my cat's getting bothered by him. Here, give me a sec. So yeah, 13 is connected to Chizuru and Mami. It seems to be like a unlucky number, specifically associated with Mami. Whereas with Chizuru, like that again, that's the unlucky number for her. 17 seems to align with Umi's character. I mean, 1 is a lucky number and 7 is a lucky number, so there you go. But in Japanese culture, it doesn't seem to hold any particular meaning. So, 320. Wait, what the fuck? Umi is in room 17. He meets Ruka again in 427. And I called that there's an association between Mami and Umi, specifically because Mami's last name means 7 seas. Huh. That's odd. Reiji, oh my... 427 part 1. "17 is in this chapter. What the fuck? It's chapter 427, part 1. 17's in this chapter. What the fuck? Okay, so 17 seems to have an association with Umi's character. It can mean a positive meaning in Latin, or is it Latin or Italian? In Italy. In Latin, it translates to I have lived when you rearrange the words, implying that one's life is already complete, which brings peace and good fortune. And then it can also be read as Star of the Magi, or it can be considered an unlucky digit, as it's associated with death. But you just said Italy. Because it's associated with death in Italy. But over here, you just said in Italy it's good. Bro, this is why we don't listen to AI. What the fuck? The European 7 is considered unlucky because in Roman numerals, blank, that can be referred to as blank, meaning I have lived. While in Japan, the number 14 is considered unlucky because the words for 1 and 4 are similar to the ones for must and die. Huh. Wait, ichi doesn't mean must. Oh, it completely misread it. So the number 17 is unlucky. Because of the Roman numerals, that's 17 that can be rearranged into that, meaning I have lived. So that means you're going to die. I guess Umi represents death. All right. Wait, he kind of looks like the Grim Reaper. Wait, it kind of looks like the Grim Reaper. If you think about it. He has white hair and he wears black. Right? He has black he has white hair and he wears black. It's kind of like he's the Grim Reaper. In particular, when he was in Room 17 in the earlier chapter, but okay. Sure as hell not in the Northern European. If the number is considered unlucky, it's 13, but even that is rare since it's a stupid superstition. In Italy, it is, but I also have friends in other countries who told me the superstition exists there too. It's a stupid superstition. Number 17 is not unlucky in Europe. Greetings from the middle of it. This is what happens when people confuse Europe for a single entity. Friday the 17th is considered bad luck in Italy, but since the rest of the 50 European countries don't believe that same thing, it's kind of misleading. It's only an Italian thing. I'm sorry, I generally thought it was more common the whole continent. And although people have making mistakes of confusing Europe for a single entity, this is not the case. Okay, so it's only an Italian thing. And even then, I don't think 14 is read as must die. I've never heard this. I think this is wrong. Okay, this is all wrong. It seems like it's an Italian thing. What's this one? Okay. Number 17, The Star. Wait a fucking second. Chizuru is doing a play called The Birth of Venus. Or sorry, not The Birth of Venus. The First Venus. Venus is a star. The number 17 governs the vibrations of peace and love. They will rise above failure and testing circumstances to achieve success. There's an attraction quality to number 17. The number is linked with the planet of love and beauty. Reggie better not have read this. Reggie better not have fucking read this. I swear to Christ. Reggie better not have fucking read this. The number 17's vibration is a very Okay, I'm going to look up. Is 17 connected to Venus? Is 17 connected to Venus? To determine if 17 is connected to Venus, it helps to narrow down the context as the relationship depends entirely on the field you're rehearsing. Astrology and blah, 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 blah. Numerology, 17 is the star vibration. It represents hope and the blah, 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 blah. Dates. Okay, I'm going to read here. What number is associated with Venus? 6. Okay. What is number 17 so special? It is uniquely blended mathematical blah, 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 blah. Okay. Is 17 a god number? This is stupid. This is so dumb. I just want to know why he put the... Maybe there's no reason. Maybe there's no reason. I mean, the only connotation I see that's connected to this is the fact that 17 has the number 7 in it, which is directly connected to Mommy's character. That's all. But the fact that in 427, you see Umi, and it's part 1, and I'm like, why? That's weird. Why? He seems to be showing these numbers intentionally, but it feels random. He met her in chapter 426. True, but he was talking to her in 427. Like, it's officially his arc in 427. There's no reason. Overthinking her state of play and coming. There's probably a reason. We just don't know it. Okay, let me read a little bit here. Dude, the way Curry just kicked him down is so dumb. Okay. Don't screw with me, man. Why haven't you said anything since then? Women already leave me guessing as it is. I don't need you to do it too. I think it's pretty funny that he says women leave him guessing, and Kazuya is the one leaving him guessing, as if Kazuya is stringing Curry along. Sorry, it's been hectic. What happened in your date with Chizuru-san? You should have told me how it went by now. What? You kissed again at the end of the date, and she engaged it. That's the second kiss. It's more like the next morning, but when I was moving. What? You stayed overnight? Then why did it stop at just a kiss? Wait, I told you we were roommates. No way, we only went on one time in a date. He misunderstood. Curry misunderstood. He asked Kazuya, why did you stay overnight if you stayed overnight and you kissed her? You dumbass, you didn't have to push her down right then. Huh. Curry misunderstood the information Kazuya gave him. Because Kazuya told him they kissed, but Curry thought they kissed during the date. At the end of the date, ? And she engaged it. He misunderstood what Kazuya said. Curry thought they kissed at the end of the date, and Kazuya stayed overnight, and then he left. He's receiving wrong information. I just caught that. This is interesting. Curry got wrong information. That the kiss happened after a rejection. He didn't tell him about the rejection. Wait, what the fuck? It's like Kazuya didn't tell him about the rejection. He just told him about the kiss, and he didn't even tell him when the kiss took place. He's receiving false information. That's weird. You dumbass, why didn't you push her down right then? Listen here, sex isn't the hardest thing for women, it's the kissing. Why didn't you push her down right then? What does Ruka do? She pushes Kazuya down. He says, listen here, sex isn't the hardest thing for a woman, it's kissing. You see Ruka kissing a lot. And that doesn't seem particularly hard to her. And yet sex seems quite difficult for her. She's actually really struggling with sex. Women don't want sex. Ruka, am I a fucking joke to you? Ruka, am I a fucking joke to you? The fact that she already did it means she's physiologically ready. That she kissed him? No, that's kind of silly, right? You see how it doesn't like fully attribute? Because like Ruka's kissing him constantly, and that's not hard for her. What does that mean? Just because a girl kissed you, she's ready to have sex with you? That's ridiculous. They pick and choose who they're willing to let experience sex. But wouldn't you? Why are you pretending like guys don't do this too? Like, you want to just have sex with anyone? That's kind of like, this seems like really superficial, right? From there, it's a 100-meter dash to how quickly you can get her into bed. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's so superficial. What the fuck? Basically, it's a race. You totally missed your golden opportunity. No, okay. So something is wrong with this. I kind of want Crumpy to translate these later. So maybe I'll ask him tomorrow to do some translations for these. I mean, we were in a taxi. How could we? I'm talking about the mentality. Huh? In a taxi? Are you kidding me? Screw that. Just pull the driver into a threesome. You see how superficial it like reads? It's like, okay, just fuck. Fucking fuck anything. Fucking move, dude. Just fucking fuck. That's what I'm reading. Like, fucking fuck, dude. Fuck. I'm gonna get fucking demonetized for this. That's literally kind of what it reads like. Just fuck, bro. Doesn't matter if you got to do whatever. Kazuya's like, Jesus Christ, this guy, he's the worst. No surprise there, right? And there he's saying like all this stuff to Kazuya, and he says Chizuru's son was totally waiting for it, just like I said. Except, was Chizuru waiting for sex? Right? It doesn't align with Kazuya's own perception. Right? There might be some truth to what Kuri is saying, but it doesn't align with Kazuya's perception. It ironically aligns more with Ruka. Right? Ironically, it aligns a little more with Ruka from Kazuya's perception. But now that you've missed your chance, this complicates things. Being deemed a coward will make her lose all interest. It's literally what gets you friend-zoned. Except, no, Chizuru is still thinking about him even more now. Just kissing him is making her think about him even more now. She doesn't view him as a coward. If anything, she feels it's her fault. So, everything Kuri is saying is now incorrect, which is really fascinating. It goes to show that everything he said during the date might not have been so accurate either. Right? It makes you, it's like what Kuri is saying is the antithesis to what he was saying prior. And I think it's really important that even with Kuri's glasses on, his eyes are closed still. Right? I think that's kind of important that when he says this, his eyes are completely invisible. When he says this. Don't be stupid, it just wasn't the time or place. Besides, she's not the kind of girl, even this time, it was only after she contemplated it a ton and showed me that she was actually interested. There is... What's with this visual with Kuri here? There's a line. There's a line being drawn. It's sort of light and darkness, if you will, but you don't see Kuri's eyes. Kuri doesn't see the truth, but he sees a line, and that line is strange. Plus, rather than having sex, things are still up in the air. I'm sure it'd feel much better to do it after we started dating. Definitely. He turns away. Right? He looks down and turns away. He's like blushing. Oh, shut up, dumbass. It's all the same. Kuri thinks it's all the same. It's not. No. Kuri thinks it's all the same. He's incorrect. Ruka is the antithesis of his very words. If it was really all the same, then what Ruka did is just sex, not sexual assault. That's not true. Right? If anything, Kazuya might be a little more correct here. Kazuya wants it to feel special. Kuri is just like, it's not special. It's stupid. You're a fucking idiot. Just have sex. There is a middle ground between the two of them. I think maybe that's what the glasses reflect. There is like this imbalance where the line is between the two of them. But Kuri is blind, right? Kuri not only visually wears glasses, but you don't see his eyes. That kind of mirrors a lot of the cover. In the cover, you don't see Kuri's eyes. They're literally blocked out. He's blind. There is literally things Kuri is not seeing. Oh, what's a virgin know about a time or place anyway? It's funny because Kazuya literally had a weird experience where actually he would know pretty well about time and place, dipshit. If you come this far and let her slip through your fingers, Nagomi-san will haunt you for the rest of your life. I know that. You don't have to remind me. The words make him feel small. And he pressures Kazuya without realizing it. They're kind of being bad friends, and they don't realize they're being bad friends. That's really cool. There's a lot of deconstruction of Kazuya's relationship with not only Kibe but Kuri. Kuri is closer to Kazuya than Kibe, and yet Kibe makes an observation that they both relate to. It shows that they kind of don't see their friend. There's this interesting paradox of how they don't see their friend. They can sense something is wrong, but they don't see their friend. That's really interesting. And in that same way, well, they're friends in the same boat. They're not enemies. But they are in the same boat. Right? Kibe and Kuri are in the same boats. But they're not enemies. Yoshi. Yoshi! Where's Kazuchin? Oh, right. He was taking classes. He said he had driving school. He seems kind of busy nowadays. He reads his textbook whenever he has spare time, even if it's to help find a job. His hair doesn't look good on him either, even if it is to find a job. I know, it pisses me off. Yeah. Lately, he just seems to be glowing. Which is really interesting how everyone around him sees him glowing, while we view him as falling the fuck apart. Their perception of him is so interesting, you know? And in some ways, it's fast. This is such a counter to last chapter, right? Last chapter he's literally in darkness. In last chapter, he's literally dragged into the fucking abyss, and he's like engulfed in darkness. And the framing here, what's really interesting about the framing here, I'm going to show you guys really quick. There's this fascinating contrast between the last chapter and this chapter. So look at this. Okay. And look at this. The panel structure is identical. Look at the panel structure. It is identical. 1, 2, 3, big picture. 1, 2, 3, big picture. That's odd. You see the sky, and it's Kazuya's place very specifically. You see birds sitting on a power line, and you see Kazuya lying in his room in the darkness. Here, you see the sky, but it's a cityscape. Then, instead of power lines, you see umbrellas. You know, it's shielding you from the sky. And then you see Ruka, right, stiffen up. In contrast to Kazuya loosening up. Kazuya is running, right, and he's glowing, and his glow is making the friends around him feel small. In contrast, Chizuru's glow, the love that Kazuya feels for Chizuru, is making him feel small. That's such a fascinating dichotomy. Right? That's such a fascinating dichotomy. These two panels seem particularly paralleling one another. Like if we place them like this, you know, this is the thing that they were like insecure about. But don't they look like they're reversed? Don't they look like Chizuru is going this way, Kazuya is going that way? There's more to this chapter than meets the eye. And the fact that we pan to the sky, whereas here we are under umbrellas, I think is really interesting. We don't understand this chapter. I think we're not understanding the chapter as well as we think we are. These girls are starstruck, which kind of aligns with Umi's star vibe, right? Umi is literally a star. So 17 possibly having this association with the star kind of aligns with Umi. He's literally a star. You're Umi Nakano, aren't you? We're big fans. I follow all your socials. I was in the front row of your play last month. Won't you make a TikTok? My agency says I should too. How funny, Ruka has made TikToks. Okay. Thanks. Would you mind signing my phone? This is surprising. Even on the screen. Haha, can I really? I can't handle this. I'm gonna faint. Kumi, I get it, but get a hold of yourself. Stare. Ruka being in shadows here feels intentional. Ruka being in shadows here feels intentional. Does she feel alienated? And right as she says this, she's put on the spotlight. Or sorry, right as she looks like she's in shadows, she's put on the spotlight, so she doesn't get it. And then she's dragged into Umi's spotlight. So Umi's literally overshadowing her. She probably doesn't like that. In particular, specifically because Ruka's problem is that she feels an empty loneliness, an empty isolation. So when she's dragged into the shadows like this, right, you see these girls, they're in shadows. When they look at Ruka, they're in shadows. Oh, sorry, she's a friend. We're taking a break from work. I know it makes you curious. I think it's really fascinating how when Umi lies, he's not. It's told to you that he's lying. It's indicated to you he's lying, but the way it's indicated to you is not the same as usual. The way it's indicated to you is not the same as usual because I think it's littered with truth. The way you can tell Umi is lying in these particular scenes is a layered exploration. One, it's the eyes. His eyes are closed. Two, it's his mannerisms. His mannerisms are a little different. You know, he's clearly lying, but like how he's positioned, how his mouth looks, these little things give you the inclination that he's lying. So it makes you wonder, does Umi lie in the light, whereas other characters lie in shadows? That's a fascinating dichotomy to me. So Ruka looks here. Wow, all your friends are so cute. I'm not surprised. Amazing. Okay. Ruka feels in shadow, right? They describe her as his friend. She's not his fucking friend. So she's surprised, but it throws her off and it's weird. I know, right? Fuck you, man. Okay. We'll be on our way now. Thank you so much. See ya. Thanks. Bye-bye. Star. Again with the star. You really are quite good at lying. She says this with her eyes closed. Okay, so she's lying about something. You really are quite good at lying. I like how she kind of looks like him here. A bang covers her eye. Just as a bang covers one of Umi's eyes. She literally looks like him here. She tells him he's good at lying as she's lying about something. Right? She tells him you're good at lying as she's lying about something. Friends? Really? I don't think we've talked long enough to even be considered acquaintances. So what she's not saying what she actually wants to say. She wants to say something else. I think she's trying to say, stop pretending to be my friend. I'm not your friend. I don't like people like you. You're just a fake fucking actor. That's kind of what she's maybe trying to say and she's hiding. But maybe she wants to be an actor or something, or maybe she wants to be in the star in the limelight. Who knows? There's something wrong. Ruka's lying about something here. I can't tell quite what. You're so harsh. I do feel bad about dropping you in. I do feel bad about dropping in on your workplace unannounced. Are you mad? No, not at all. Are you mad? You're making me. You're making me mad. That's kind of funny, actually. You're making me mad. Okay. I know. It was me who invited you here. I um are you mad? No, not at all. I know. It was me who invited you here. I've taken an interest in you. I wonder what the phrasing is like here. I think it's meant to imply something kind of weird, you know, and Ruka's like, "I'll be straight with you. I don't think you're attractive even in the slightest." I like that her eyes are wide open. I like that when she says this, her eyes are there's a contrast between how Ruka looks here and Ruka looks here. She is like looking him dead in the eye when she says this. Right? There is not a hint of lies here. Here she's lying about something, you know? I think this is her like trying to say I'm not interested in you, and this is when she says it. Okay, maybe that's the context of this scene. She's avoiding trying to say she's not fucking interested in him. Fuck off. Right? Um and that's what she's hiding here. So she says that pretty bluntly to his face. So your weird creepy pickup lines aren't going to put me in a better mood. It might work on other girls. Umi here is shown in shadow and he smiles. This is fascinating, right? Umi, your weird pickup lines aren't going to put me in a better mood. He's in shadow and he smiles. I think she doesn't actually see him. I think when she says the weird pickup lines aren't going to put me in a better mood, we're shown him in shadow. I don't think she's actually seeing what he's doing. He's not actually trying to do some weird pickup lines. He might be trying to do something else. So let's keep going. Besides, my heart is already set on someone else. A somewhat flat nose just looks better. I think here, this is showing how, so your weird creepy pickup lines aren't going to put me in a better mood. This is interesting because, it in many ways it gives Umi an indication of what he's expecting. He's like, okay, I think this could be an indicator of what Umi's trying to do. He does these weird pickup lines that just don't fucking work. And he's trying to see if she reacts to them. If maybe that's what Kazi is doing, and it doesn't work. So he's like, okay, got it. So that doesn't work. It's the same as Chizuru. Okay, there's a similarity here. I'm seeing a pattern here. It's the weird pickup lines don't work. It's the same as Kazuya, right? It's the same thing. Chizuru, he tries to do these like weird pickup lines. They don't work on her. He tries these weird pickup lines on Ruka, and it's the same exact thing as Kazuya. And then he attributes the weird pickup lines not working to Kazuya. He attributes the weird pickup lines to Kazuya. Or sorry, he attributes his methods not working to Kazuya. And I think that fascinates him. I think that element of these lines not working fascinates him, right? So that seems to be a little subtle hidden detail here, right? Kazuya doesn't do these weird pickup lines. They don't fucking work. So he doesn't so these girls like know these things and they're not interested in them. So maybe he's trying to figure Ruka out to figure Chizuru out. Who knows? Let's keep going. Is it Kazuya-kun? Ruka reacts. I'm pretty sure I mentioned it, but I happened to see you two locking arms. I couldn't help but wonder wonder of relationships do you have I couldn't help but wonder what kind of relationship you have with him. This is really interesting. So this visual is so fascinating. He is completely hidden. You don't see his eyes at all when he asks what kind of relationship he has with him. You have no clue what the dealio is. One other thing I really want to point out that I find fascinating is Umi's ears. He has two completely different earrings. He has just a piercing here, and then here he has like those loop earrings. That's a fascinating dichotomy. That's really interesting. Like why? Why does he have those like literally as if he has two different sides? It's as if he literally has two completely different sides. And that's really, really interesting. You go from look at Umi here in the light and look at Umi here in the shadow, right? It's like two completely different characters. He's figuring stuff out. It's like his shadow self is like figuring stuff out. It's so interesting. Why do I have to tell you about that? What does it have to do with you? In shadows, he smiles. What does it have to do with me? I wonder, right? So why is he curious about this, right? Ruka asks the right question. Why are you curious about this? I think I mentioned this to you. I have a friend named Chizurichi, say at karaoke. I think she's pretty close with him, so I just can't overlook it. Okay, so that's what he says, but it's far away from him. It's not close to Umi. These are lies. These words are not close to him. It zooms out. So it literally reflects how these words are not actually why he's doing this, right? Please don't make me repeat myself. Like I said, why do I have to tell you about that? I told you I don't trust you. Don't look down on me just because I'm younger than you. Right? She looks younger here. She suddenly looks a lot more mature here. There's this fascinating contrast where Umi treated her. I think Umi here, he's like, oh, she's just a stupid kid, right? I think here Umi is like, oh, she's just a stupid kid. Here, look at the bottom. I think hopefully you can see him. He's surprised. Oh, you can't see him, so I'll move myself. So are we also streaming State of Play? Yeah, I will in just a sec. I'll switch to it in a second. But yeah, look at Umi here, right? He's like totally surprised. He's like, oh, you're smart. Oh, you're smart. Okay, let me adjust the camera. There we go. Umi's just like, oh, you're smart. Okay. So I don't have to treat you like a kid. I can treat you like an adult. Okay. Chizuru-chan's actually a girl I like. We're getting a little closer, right? So look at the words over here. Look at the words over here. It's pretty far away. Now we're getting a little closer, right? But we're still not seeing him up close, right? We're getting closer, but we're not seeing up close, right? We're not actually fully seeing picture, but we got a lot closer, right? Okay. So this is something we know, right? This is something we know. Okay, Chizuru-chan's a girl he likes. Okay, he said it. Is that not good enough? I mean, I think you have a reason for coming here today, don't you? No, that's not good enough. That doesn't explain why I should tell you how I feel. Bring her this and this in addition, coming right up. Don't order for me. Hey, I'd like to talk with you a bit more. Now we get really close. So did you notice that? Far away, little closer, got super duper close. He wants to talk with her, and that's his real true reasoning. He wants to talk with her. Right? So we dug at the very core of all of this. First, he says it's for Chizuru. Then he says it's because he likes Chizuru. Then he says, I want to talk to you a bit more. It's fascinating how it zooms in more and more and more and more on Umi until you visually see him, right? Now we're like, okay, now we're going to get into it. Now we're going to get into Umi's reasoning and why he's doing all of this. It seems like he met her prior to this point. He came back at a completely different time and he met with Ruka, and then he scheduled a time to meet with her in private. Or this was just like a little earlier, but he seems to be wearing a hoodie here. He is wearing a jacket here, but he seems to be wearing a hoodie here, and that's really interesting. Should I call you Sarishna-san? Yeah. And it's interesting. Look at the visuals here too. So let me move myself. So look at the visuals here too. There's warning cones. There's literally something separating them. There's warning cones. There's literally something separating the two of them, and he stands at the edge of this boundary, and he's trying to cross in. That's a fascinating visual. So we'll stop here. The State of Play is going to start in just a little bit. So I'm going to end this stream here, and then I'm going to switch over to State of Play. So yeah, be back in